Monmouth out of Oceanport, New Jersey, and a big day, DeFrancis Memorial Dash Day out in Laurel. Live coverage there. We'll check it with Kylie Francois, Paula Duca at Monmouth in a bit. Greg Wolf, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, the MIG, Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin. Good to see you both. And we have early stakes action on our card here in New York.
Yeah, we got a great bunch of racing at all three tracks we're covering. Good stakes action and some really intriguing runners today, Jonathan. From a pedigree standpoint, I see one in the second race I'm really excited about.
I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know which one you're talking about. I ended up picking the 5 Catch a Wave in that second race. Something tells me you're talking about the 4.
Runges.
Yes.
Yeah, half to Sweet Rebecca, half to Sweet Melania. It seems like all of the offspring, all of this horse's siblings have really moved up on turf. And this horse has already shown he can get distance. Now maybe he gets a preferred surface.
Save some till we get there.
Okay.
JK, we love these turf sprints, JK. They're always difficult to try and come up with winners in that Ashley T. Cole, and we're looking forward to that one. Looks like a competitive group.
The hardest part about that race, Wolfie, is there's no pace in a turf sprint. That makes it a crapshoot.
Meanwhile, out at Laurel Park, allowance optional claiming race. Second race, just a minute to post. And we have a 4-5 favorite here, Stoney, who is yet to start as a 3-year-old, now in the Brittany Russell barn, coming off a maiden win. That was back in early October, Meek.
How can I not like this horse? That was my nickname in the jockey's room, Stoney. So it's an omen. It's got to be.
The story behind it?
Yeah,
Can you tell us on air, or is it not for the air?
Well, no, it's just that I was very intense and very serious and didn't suffer fools easily. Is that a nice way to put it?
That checks
And
out.
by not suffering fools, he means he would bash some heads when he got back there.
No. We would have conversations.
Yeah, nice, polite conversations. JK, what do you think about Stoney here off the bench?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have a horse who comes in fresh, there's always a question whether or not they're going to be fit. But they come for connections who, when they come in first off of a layoff, in her career, Brittany Russell, 26%. Anything over 20% in racing is a pretty good sign. I would think this horse will be ready to run. And the money the horse is taking also is a pretty good indication that the work in the morning suggests this horse will run well here.
This horse, the 6, Change My World, has been facing pretty tough company. Allowance optional 62, claiming will take blinkers off. And right now, double-digit odds. Any interest?
Not for me. This horse lacks speed, and when you take blinkers off, it usually accentuates the lack of speed. Mary Epler does a good job. She actually was the private trainer for a while for Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt in Maryland.
How about that? Nice gig to have.
Mr. Vanderbilt, one of the most incredible gentlemen I ever had the pleasure of meeting. Rick Violet had his horse in New York, and Mary Epler had his horses in Maryland.
That 3 stepping into it for Michael, certainly a contender. This one can be quick early, 3-time winner. That's best in this field, along with Zero Blitz from the rail. Kicking off our live coverage here on Fox Sports 1. It's race 2 from Laurel Park on DeFrancis Memorial Dash Day. Dave Rodman with the call, race 2.
Change My World. They're off. Quick start for Do It for Michael. Quick speed right to the front. From Stoney on the chase on the outside. Change My World, then Zero Blitz and Preacher Myers. Stoney to engage Do It for Michael. They're nose to nose of the lead as they move past the 5 furlong mark at a gap of 4 lengths back. And Change My World another 3 to Zero Blitz and Preacher Myers is last of them all as they race to the far turn. Stoney up front from Do It for Michael. Change My World trying to move up from third and almost second now on the outside. Here's Change My World into third within 2.5 for the front, but Do It for Michael also rebids. Do It for Michael coming right back at Stoney on the 2-path, and Do It for Michael. Stoney nose to nose once again. Zero Blitz has moved up in third with a big move. Change My World just in behind them, and Preacher Myers driven. Top of the stretch, Do It for Michael. Zero Blitz set down to the outside. The challenge for the lead. Stoney's trying to dig, but drop back. Then Change My World. 1 furlong left to go, and here's Zero Blitz. Zero Blitz puts the neck in front. Do It for Michael continues a game battle down to the inside. Zero Blitz got the momentum, though. Zero Blitz from Do It for Michael and Change My World. Dies La Postina. Zero Blitz to win from Do It for Michael. Change My World. Preacher Myers.
Something to be said for a horse coming in on a win streak, and now that is 3 in a row. Increasingly difficult competition, and JK handling it each and every time out, Zero Blitz.
Yeah, the horse is just improving. A lot of times you can get that with these 3-year-olds or with lightly raced horses. They just continue to get a little bit better. They grow up a little bit. They learn a little bit more about this game, their job. That's exactly what happened with Zero Blitz, and the favorite was off the board. So these mutual prices on the 1, 3, and the 6, whether it's win, place, or show, are going to pay pretty well.
Zero Blitz on quite a roll right now. Taking that second in Laurel. You can play all the action we have coming your way today and all through the summer and beyond by getting signed up with Naira Bets. New members use that code at sign up. Bonus $200. Get that $200 deposit match bonus and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, right there at NairaBets.com.
And we got a lot of action today. We're rolling 3 tracks. And this horse's grandfather's a horse named Monmouth Park, trained by Eddie Gaudet, Lacey Gaudet, and Gabby Gaudet's dad. And Montbrook won the DeFrancis Dash.
Here's a look at the stakes action ahead. Loaded, including early on, that Deputed Testimony. Horse who was the runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. We've seen a lot of post time here in New York. Immensely talented. He comes from very far out of it. And all of a sudden, the last couple of starts, Brittany Russell showed that this one can stretch out and get the job done as well, winning at 1 mile and a 16th. Very competitive against last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan, going 1 mile and an 1/8. With more on this big Saturday afternoon from Laurel, let's check in with Kylie Francois.
Hey Greg, how's it going? Happy to be here on Fox. Just very, very exciting day overall here in Maryland. Thank you guys for having me. Just a lot going on here. Of course, the Deputed Testimony, of course, is the highlight of the day. And, you know, hay, oats, and water is what Deputed Testimony, who the horse is named, the race is named after. Here for the Preakness Stakes, there's just a lot going on here. And while the family, the Bonifaces, will not be here, they don't have a horse running until tomorrow. Bill Boniface, the trainer, to present the trophy.
Post time we talked about, and runner-up in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. This horse is exciting. 10 for 17 lifetime. This was a huge effort on racing's biggest stage.
You got to really like and respect this horse. He shows up every time. 10 wins, 3 seconds, 4 thirds from 17 starts, over nearly $1.3 million in earnings. And he's that typical closing type horse. And his run in the Blame, going 1 mile and an 1/8, really was impressive, coming off that huge win off the bench at Laurel.
So this horse is going to be, let's bring Callie back here, off the a very short price in this race. Anyone else scare you looking at the rest of this field, Callie?
Listen, speediness will set the scene for you as far as a projected pace setter, but post time looks to set the tone, who is prolific over a multitude of different distances. As you guys mentioned, he's going to be looking to get the win at the 1 mile and an 1/8 here. He hasn't gotten it yet, but he's 8 for 8 here at Laurel. We're looking for him to get that win at number 9. We'll discuss a little bit later, but they're going to have a little bit of a different tactic here going into this effort. And when it comes to the rest of the field, Awfully Cool could be sitting right there and seeing if he can go off of post time.
Yeah, I thought Awfully Cool. Thank you, Callie. Was interesting in here. This horse, JK, 13 of 18 starts has been first or second.
Yeah, I mean, he's just such a game horse, right? I mean, he's obviously, when he faces Maryland breds, he's extremely tough. But then when he finds himself in open company, he's still pretty darn competitive. Probably just a notch below those grade 1 Met Mile type horses, but he definitely deserves to be in the conversation. I'd like to think if he runs well here, he might make a trip up to Saratoga. We might see him in a race, or maybe around like 1 mile and 1/8, like the Whitney. Give him a chance. He deserves to be in these races. He does need circumstances to go his way against the big boys, but he definitely deserves to be there.
Post time, a horse too is a little notorious as one who's a bit difficult to handle.
Yeah, he has some little peccadillos to him. He wants to do things a little bit his own way, but what better rider to have than Sheldon Russell, who's been his steady pilot throughout his career. Brittany Russell, Sheldon's wife, does an amazing job training him, so they get to work with this horse every single day, hands-on. So you know his little quirks, his little habits, and when a horse is this good and tries this hard, you put up with more than maybe you would with a horse that doesn't deliver as much as post time.
Well over millionaire status and will be an odds-on favorite, 2 to 5 in the morning line in that Deputed Testimony post time in that 4th race. 1:27 Eastern start time. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you races 1 through 6. We're fast and firm. Belmont at the Big A. Monmouth, they're fast and firm in Oceanport, New Jersey. We'll check in with Paul LaDuca in just a few moments. And races 3 through 8 from Laura still to come. As talked about, that Deputed Testimony, the 4th on the card. They are fast and firm as well. So gorgeous conditions throughout the country. Meanwhile, we touched on it briefly. This early stakes action here in New York. Sprinting on the lawn. 6 furlongs in this Ashley T. Cole and 8-5 morning line with Bold Journey. Belmont, Jose Lezcano. Coming out of the 2 starts ago. The elusive quality were 3 common opponents lined up that day. 26 Black Senbei in there as well.
The problem is, Wolfie, I didn't like this race at all. The obstacle is that these 3 horses command a lot of attention in this race here today. So while I want to be against all of them, I don't have the fortune of being able to do that. So with that said, I evaluate this race. There's no pace in here, and the only horse that's ever really shown any real early speed is Senbei. He's drawn outside. I'm hopeful that he can be a little bit more involved in the race. If he can find himself on the front end for Manny Franco, that'd be even better. But at least drawn towards the outside, he should be able to stay in the clear.
He just does not look like he's that horse that can be forward anymore, does he?
He doesn't seem to have the same speed he did as a younger horse, but in this particular instance where there's really not much speed, particularly for a turf sprint, signed on, and he goes back to Manny Franco. Senbei is a little bit of a bicycle horse, and Manny Franco is a rider that demands from a horse. He doesn't ask, he demands. And maybe with Manny aboard, lack of real speed in this race, Manny's aggressive, maybe he finds some of that speed. He's not going to need all of that young horse speed that he had, Jonathan.
Well, if he can find that, he's home and
Free in
hosed down.
front, yeah.
All that aside, would you say, though, on their best, Senbei, he's the most talented horse in the race?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I think some of the races that you've seen from 26 Black, specifically like we saw last summer, he's pretty good. But I do think overall body of work, Senbei. He's drawn the best of all these horses, right? He's got a lot of options from the outside. And like you said, once upon a time, there was some quickness there. And it's not going to take much for him to find himself in a comfortable position.
I'll let the football coach handle this one. 0 Blitz winning the 2nd at Laurel.
0 Blitz, yeah, that's no coverage back there, man-to-man all the way across. It's dangerous, but you can be rewarded for it.
I wish Jonathan was my coach when I was
Could have had a
playing
DB
football.
on his team right here, the MiG.
I think he would have given me a real shot.
You were talented in the backfield, but then you moved on to riding horses.
Well, I didn't grow.
0 Blitz, actually 4 in a row for this horse. Incredible. 12-5 maiden claiming race. In for 20,000, got claimed, and now has reeled off 2 more in a row. So 4 straight for this horse. Pretty nice claim.
Don't ever underestimate confidence with an athlete, whether it's an equine athlete or a human athlete. This horse is getting in a place where he feels like he's the boss. 4 in a row and has improved in every start.
Beat some talented runners in that spot, too. Just really going in the right direction. Monmouth, their first race, 7 minutes away out in Oceanport, New Jersey. Going to kick things off on the lawn when we come back. Mile on the turf for this $16,000 condition claiming race. We'll set the stage, check in with Paul LaDuca when we come back.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races. This is right around the corner. We're heading upstate next week for that July 4th Racing Festival. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. I think I just saw JK on Broadway.
He was out in front of that cigar shop, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, after hitting a pick 5. July 4th Racing Festival. It's going to be so much fun getting that early start to an incredible summer ahead and some big racing coming up that weekend as well.
Well, we already had, like, if you can call the Belmont Stakes Festival an appetizer, we already had the appetizer. Now we're going for the little intermiso and now the main course, right?
Yeah, it's like a little mid-course. Yeah, a little mid-course with this extra weekend. But it's going to be great, right? I mean, there's some big races that we run through this July 4th weekend of stakes races. You see them up there, the Belmont Derby, the Suburban, the Belmont Oaks.
In there.
All going to be fun. And why not have them up there at Saratoga until we get our new home at Belmont?
Probably the best 3-year-old turf filly, not probably, the best turf 3-year-old filly in the land, Nitrogen. She'll be in action in that Belmont Oaks for trainer Marcassi. Be exciting to watch as we head to Monmouth right now, their opening race. 3 minutes away, mile on the turf to begin things, and here is Cheese.
Cheese drawn towards the inside, but doesn't have too much tactical speed from down there.
Former Derby winning rider, Sonny Leone on the long shot Rich Strike aboard. Here's Why Not Grace.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time for Mike Gorham. Going to have to improve from the dirt form.
Hypatia for Holly Harris. 1 for 8 on the lawn.
Yeah, not much in those 8 races to lean on either.
First on turf, Dixie Escape.
Yeah, Dixie Escape for our friend Roddy Valenti. He's going to have to improve also on turf.
There's on Aranciata, Sammy Camacho.
Yeah, this horse has won on the turf previously and ran well last time, showing a ton of speed wire to wire.
Duchess of Destin went by.
Yeah, has some dirt form going back that would be competitive.
And red-haired gal in from the also eligible list, 8-1, JK.
Just far out there. There has been a lot of scratches, but still, this horse's style projects they're going to lose some ground.
So 2 minutes to post to kick off this card out in Oceanport. Let's bring in 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Paulie, all these scratches, Cheese deserving favorite here with who's left?
Well, I think this race is more wide open. And by the way, happy Saturday to you, Greg, and everybody, JK, as well as Mig as well. Yeah, I mean, I guess this horse is default the favorite because the 4 horse who is scratching here probably would have been your favorite Sunday Tough. So, well, maybe everybody's going towards Cheese in here. Every time I say that name, I just start cracking up. But the horse does have 1 win in 7 starts, 2-1 currently right now. And I just don't know if you really want to take that 2-1 on this horse. But like you guys said, listen, goes to the Elliott Sullivan barn in the last 2 starts. The race 2 starts ago kind of was a little sluggish out of the race, out of the gate, and then made up some ground late. And I just don't know if I would take this horse at that number. Now, if I'm looking at somewhere else in here, I thought the 9 looked tremendous on the racetrack. And JK mentioned, we got a late scratch, hold on. Duchess of Destin, the 10, who was 5-2, has been scratched, guys. And that horse in the fixed odds was your favorite right now. So they're going to give you a little bit more time, Greg. So I'm going to go back to you here in a little bit. But I landed on the 9. I just thought this horse looked tremendous. This horse won in wraps last time, was supposed to. It was 3-5 last time out, and I think she got a little bit of confidence. I think Sammy Camacho being aboard is a really good turf rider, but a big scratch of the 10 in here, Duchess of Destin, who does have some form to go to. But like I said, Greg, I do like the 9. One other thing I will mention, if you really like the 13 in here, red-haired gal, she was paying more attention to the pony than she was to the racetrack. I mean, literally gone on the pony the whole time, to the point where I could hear the pony rider literally telling the little filly to get off the pony, and she was acting up. So I just don't know if she's lost her race before the race. And you see there is a rider off with the pink silks, and that is the rider of the tan, Sammy Marin, as there is a late scratch. So I'll land on the 9 here, who's probably going to end up being your favorite between the 1 and the 9. It's going to be very close, Greg.
Paul, thank you. Look, I was just looking at this Duchess of Destin who comes out here. I might have been the one to beat in this spot. And there she is. She'll go back to the barn, and you saw Samuel Moran. He'll head back to the jockey's room as well. So it takes out a major player in a race where we had a lot of scratches anyway. So with that, 3-2, guys, with this 3-year-old filly on the rail. And I guess the fact that she broke her maiden down in South Florida, Megan, granted a state-bred maiden special weight, but there's still some upside with a filly who's still three years old.
Yeah, there's upside, and listen, she's getting back to the turf after that sharp 5.5 furlong sprint to Delaware. I'm not enamored, Jonathan, with really any of the horses with proven turf form, and that's why I landed on the 8 Dixie Escape. The mare was a graded stakes winner on turf, and she's produced 3 winners on the turf. And this is the horse that I think could take the biggest step forward. She has been successful on synthetic, rained off the turf the last 2, finally gets to the turf today.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with her. She doesn't break particularly well, but maybe that's the surface. Maybe she'll get a hold of the grass a little bit better, and then she'll be able to get away from there clean. If she breaks better, I think that could help. The 9, Aranciata, for me, I'm a huge fan of speed in turf races. So often turf races are won by horses that are closing, have that nice kick. They're taught to relax and finish. I think that even in big races, when you can find a horse who's got speed, it's a weapon that they can use, and they can always work out a nice trip. They can always kind of, get to a place where they can save ground. Because if you make the front, the shortest way around there is getting to the fence on the front. I just think horses that have speed, especially at this level, are dangerous. And for me, the 9 presents that. She was extremely fast last time on the dirt, but she's got back races on the turf. So it suggests that she'll handle that. I prefer the 9.
Well, red-haired gal, the 13, is going to be incredibly far back early. As Jonathan said, Dixie Escape, who Mig, you like getting on the grass for the first time. Another one who just doesn't get out well, probably going to be far back. Well, I guess maybe the key to this race, this filly here, what does Sunny Leon do with Cheese? Because she's drawn inside, and she actually used to be able to be forward in races. And in fact, that's how she broke her maiden on the grass, but of late, that's not been the case.
I think she's going to be much closer today, particularly coming off of that 5.5 furlong race. Why do trainers do things like that? They do that to sharpen a horse up, to kind of instill a bit more speed back on the stretch out. And, Jonathan, you made a great point about this Dixie Escape. There are a lot of reasons why horses don't break well, and sometimes it's because the ground breaks away from. With her, she tends to act up a little bit in the gate. And that's why you see like a hopped comment, bounced around. She's always shuffling her feet a little bit. And a horse has to set their feet before they can break. That split second she needs to set her feet, that's what's been getting her in trouble. Hopefully she does get away cleaner today.
New pilot aboard for the first time on Dixie Escape, Fernando O'Hara, as she gets set for her turf debut. That's the 8. The favorite, though, from the rail, Cheese with Sunny Leon, set to kick off the card from Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman the call.
The outside post, red-haired gal. 9 races on the docket here at Monmouth today. Our feature race, the Tail of the Cat Stakes, for Turf Router 3-year-olds. That's race 8. We're ready to go. Good luck. Well, number 7, Hypatia, was ready to go. Open the front of the gate. Didn't get out, though. Gonna close that gate back up. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Cheese from the inside going to the lead. Why Not Grace to the outside, a half length back, and Cheese strides out. Cheese in front from Why Not Be Grace, who takes a hold. Will track from second. Aranciata running in third with Hypatia down on the inside as they approach the first turn run here. And having a steady hard was Hypatia as they went into the first turn run. Also Cheese, who's going to take the initiative here. Dixie Escape finds herself between horses, so they make their way around the turn, and Hypatia has to steady again midway on the first turn. They approach the backstretch run. Cheese is on the lead by a length here from Why Not Grace, who's a half length back in second. Red-haired gal third, a length and a half off the lead here. Then Aranciata in a pocket to the inside. Dixie Escape biding her time in the second last position. She's too clear of Hypatia, who's at the back racing alone. Halfway home, Cheese on the lead, just the neck. Why Not Grace is turning up the pressure from the outside second. Then Aranciata getting closer on the fence. Red-haired gal alongside of her. A length and a half to Dixie Escape and Hypatia as they go into the far turn. Why Not Grace, Cheese. They're side by side rounding the far turn run. Length and a half to Aranciata, who's waiting Down on the inside, she's got horse Aranchata, just searching for a way out of traffic right now. Red-haired gal's pinning her in. Aranchata getting into the 3-path at the top of the lane. No excuses for her as she comes off the turn. Aranchata gaining good ground. Here she comes. Aranchata has taken the lead, and she takes off. And that was that. Aranchata, when she got in the clear, she explodes to the lead, opens up at will under Sammy Camacho. Aranchata, the easiest kind of winner in the opener. Cheese holds second. Red-haired gal was third, and Dixie Escape was fourth.
Dominant performance to open up action on this Saturday afternoon. Monmouth, Aranchata with all these scratches. Easy time of things with Sammy Camacho.
Decidedly best. Good call by both JK and Paul, and Aranchata sitting in behind the speed. No, not a lot of pace on him. Jonathan exploded through the stretch.
Well, the one thing is you see a horse that can make the lead and go wire to wire. It's just a sign that there's some speed, some talent there that can be used. You could use it in different ways. You don't have to go wire to wire. They decided right there to just rate and then kick away from home.
Race 3 back at Laurel, mile and a 16th on the lawn. Maiden special weight, so all trying to get that first win on the resume. 2 huge scratches near Egypt, the 4. No question was the one to beat. Danner, probably the second choice in here. Those 2 both come out, so let's open things up quite a bit in this race.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you have a horse like Egypt, 2-1 on the morning line, who's been knocking on the door, has some nice figures, when a horse like that ends up not running, it does open it up quite a bit. But I will say the 5 Deterrent for Arnold Delacour looks like one that could be interesting, right? There is some siblings in there. You got a midshipman, and you got a horse who's taking money first time out, who's been working on the synthetic over at Fairhill.
Love the work pattern, too. I love when there's a consistent spacing between workouts. This horse works like clockwork every 6 or 7 days. I'm more interested in that than I am times, Greg, because I think it speaks to a horse's overall general good health, that there's no interruptions in the training.
A little bit easier, too, to win first out going around a ground on grass than it is on dirt, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Easier to get a horse fit for that.
Post time for the 3rd coming up. Let's check in with Callie.
Okay, here we are with this maiden special weight here, going long on the turf, highlighting the number 2, Nothing But Blue Sky, Kelly Rubley with Ismerio Villalobos here. With a pattern change, showcases where this one kind of needs to be placed. Really was able to get engaged last time out and got a really good education out of it. Nobody's fault in that effort. These things happen. Also wanted to highlight the number 5, Deterrent. This is a first-time starter for Arnaud Delacour with Victor Carrasco. The dam won the only start going on the turf. The half-siblings were average, but they were also on the dirt. The dam's half-siblings were 6 for 7, hitting the board first time out. Really nice effort out of the both as we go on to the 3rd.
Allie, thank you. Jonathan, we talk about it all the time, especially with youngsters, but with a first-time starter, this is significant money for a first-time starter.
Yeah, and the horse can probably run with the money the horse is taking. I prefer, with the prices, the 2. Nothing But Blue Sky. A horse ran well last time. There's been a couple of horses that have run back well out of that race, which is a little bit comforting. This horse was a little bit sneaky. Drawn inside, also has a little bit of tactical speed, projects to get a very similar trip than what we just saw at Monmouth, that pocket trip, saving ground in behind the leaders, and you've got some experience, so you know already. I'll take what I know at 2-1 rather than 2-1 on guessing what I think I might know with the 5.
Deterrent, first time out, just steps in. Your favorite for Arnaud Delacour. Set for the 3rd. Dave Rodman, the call.
Lined up. And they're off. Deterrent and Bully for You are out first to the gate. Pharaoh's Mark on the outside moving forward, and Bold Mirage has speed as well. So they sort, and is Bully for You just in front into the turn run. Deterrent will take back on the outside. Bold Mirage moves second. As they round the turn, Pharaoh's Mark 4th position. On the inside, Nothing But Blue Sky. Then Dat's Tap on the outside of Nothing But Blue Sky. Artist Mark racing back in the pack with Kitty's Son is trailing them all. Kitty's Son now a good 10 to 11 lengths off the pacemaker. Bully For You from Bold Mirage by ahead as they journey down the backstretch at a southern length and a half. Pharaoh's Mark, Deterrent, racing fourth position near the inside. Dat's Tap is next as they race down the backstretch. Artist Mark racing three path on the inside. Nothing But Blue Sky still has 5 to make up. Nothing But Blue Sky looking to motor around on the inside. Has gained now within 4 of that leader, but the leader still Bully For You. Bold Mirage pressing from the outside. Pharaoh's Mark and Deterrent is fourth. Nothing But Blue Sky on the inside. Dat's Tap in between horses. Artist Mark with a 4 wide bid. Here comes Artist Mark on the outside within 4 lengths of the pace, and Kitty Sun is trailing the field. They race now to the 5/16 pole and toward the top of the stretch where it's Bully For You holding a narrow lead. Pharaoh's Mark and Dat's Tap fires third to the outside as they turn for home. Pharaoh's Mark perhaps a narrow lead from Bully For You next. Now Nothing But Blue Sky spies an opening in between horses in the 2 path, and Deterrent is still right there trying to dig down as well. Wide open. Nothing But Blue Sky just in front. Nothing But Blue Sky from Bully For You, who's been there all the way. Bully For You on the outside. Nothing But Blue Sky, but it's Nothing But Blue Sky from now on to win it from Bully For You, and then Dat's Tap and Kitty Sun.
What an incredible effort from Nothing But Blue Sky. All kinds of trouble in this race, finding more, and wound up going off even money favorite.
After that trip, Jonathan, there is nothing but blue skies ahead. He's able to overcome a very difficult trip.
Very game performance from a young horse. You'd love to see that if you're an owner or a trainer.
Third time the charm, overcoming a lot to get that maiden score. Nothing But Blue Sky with the victory. 8 minutes to post to kick off our card in New York. Post parade when we come back.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Thanks for spending part of your Saturday afternoon with us here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The race to kick off action here in South Ozone Park, New York. $50,000 condition claiming sprint at 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-olds and up. And no question, guys, who the best horse in this race is. It is Win It. But he has all kinds of problems getting out of the gate, a habitual problem for him. We'll see him in a moment. We start with Co-Conspirator on the post parade.
Yeah, this is one of the horses that I don't think can win this race.
28-1 from the inside post. So here is Win It, 4-time winner. He's won over $380,000 in his career.
Tremendous amount of ability, but his, Achilles heel is leaving the gate, and particularly in a race that doesn't have much speed signed on.
Slip Mahoney, the Cantermachi barn with Jose Lezcano in the irons.
I'm not crazy about the last 2 races, but I will say that he had a few excuses in those 2 spots.
Bergen was off for almost a year. He came back February 15th at Laurel, ran decent sprinting.
Yeah, and he finished with interest that day. He's got to get more involved today.
Here's Noda at 7-1 for John Terranova.
Yeah, his best couple of races, he's made the lead, but done it against groups that are a little bit lesser than these.
And stolen base coming in off a good effort for Bruce Levine.
That was third off the layoff. That was his best effort since the comeback. He's a horse that should be placed well. I think tactically he's the one who trips out, Jonathan.
So 4 minutes to post. In this opener to kick off the card, we bring in Maggie Wolfendale. And Maggie, we know Win It well. Can he get out of his own way?
That's a major question, Greg. And he's a horse that, like you said, I know pretty well. And I know that it often correlates when a horse has trouble getting out of the gate directly to their hind end, and whether they're strong enough behind there. Sometimes too, it's their behavior, whether they're claustrophobic in there or they just tend to get antsy. And my biggest problem and gripe with Win It throughout his career is just his lack of muscle mass across his hind end. He has those peaked hindquarters, and they're really accentuated today. It seemed as though when he was doing a lot of his good running for John Kimmel, he kind of managed to get over that. He looked stronger than he'd ever been behind the saddle, and two, now he has to come off of a layoff, so maybe he just needs a race to truly strengthen up behind and across his top line. Now he's moving well, and he was striding out beautifully in the paddock. Same thing can be said with this warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, but I'm not in love with the way he looks at a short price. As we'll move on to some other layoff runners, Brittany Russell looking forward to hopefully starting off the afternoon well, sending out post time in a little bit here. But she'll send out Bergen here at the Big A. And Bergen, it's been a long time since he's been on a true fast racetrack, going back to the fall of 2023 when he began his career. So I think that's a good thing for him. He's a bit of a smaller horse, though. He's really, compact and just a very round type of individual. So I don't mind the 7 furlongs for him. I would prefer 6, to be honest, but he's run well with a little bit more ground in the past to say he might be okay. He was slow into stride and then under a hard hold while at the back. I wish that after that slow start, the rider had kind of let him get into the race a bit more. He did run on late. We'll see if he can build upon that, but he looks fit. He looks strong coming back here. Haven't not seen him for since February. Now Noda, even longer layoff for this guy, for John Terranova. He's one that they have tried to get through that A other than condition. They did it several starts ago, but how good is he ultimately? I think they're just being realistic with this horse who looks fit enough off the layoff. I wish he had a little bit more energy. Honestly, I wish he was a little bit more engaged out in the racetrack. Same thing in the paddock. But then again, against this field, his class might prevail. He, at a big price, I think he is a major player. But, Greg, at the end of the day, I've landed on the horse with recency who looks fabulous throughout the preliminaries. That's Stolen Base.
Yeah, Stolen Base coming off a big sprint last time out. That's a 6 horse. We have a rider off the 3. That is Slip Mahoney, Jose Lescano, and he is coming out of the race. He'll be a late scratch here.
Yeah, you see Jose removing the tack there. It's a way of protecting the horses, the riders, and the betting public. There are vets stationed at the gate. Rider doesn't like the way a horse is warming up. In New York, it's automatic. Horse is scratched, there'll be another day.
Protect the horse first and foremost. So that 3, you see starting gate crew taking that one off the board. And they'll move the outside runners over. And that was quick, taken care of. 6-5 favorite, JK. Again, Win It. Most talented runner in this field, no question. He's faced monsters compared to the rest of this group. But again, getting out of the gate a concern for him.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that during the post parade. It definitely is a concern. I think he is one of the most talented, if not the most talented horse with some of the fastest races. The one thing I will say is that in the races where he has broken well, Kendrick was his rider. But at the same time, Kendrick has also been there for some of the times he doesn't break well, which makes me think it's a coin flip. And at an even money price, taking a coin flip on whether or not he's going to break or not going to break, Mig, is a little bit of a concern for me.
I think it's a huge concern at this short price. And listen, Kendrick is one of the best gate riders in North America. That's completely indisputable. But this horse is tricky, and he does have a bit of a mind of his own. He is a gray son of Tapit. We've seen that they can act a certain way at different times. 7/8 is a little sharper than the 1-turn mile, and he's always broken better, Jonathan, when he has an outside post position. It's not a big field, but he's drawn towards the inside, and in between horses, he doesn't break sharp. Horses flow to empty space like water. That's why he seems to get squeezed back or buffeted about.
Wolfie, in some other countries, you can bet in the middle of the race, you know, in-game running. It'd be fun if you could do that in this situation, because if he breaks well and finds himself on top, I'd love to have a wager on him. If he breaks slowly, I want nothing to do with him in this spot.
There's a chance, though, he's that much better to this. I mean, you got to wait and see how badly he breaks, but he could still potentially overcome it.
Oh, he can still overcome it, but what he tends to do then is almost panic and run off with the rider. And that's just a poor way to use your energy.
I think the 6 Stolen Base is drawn perfectly, has enough tactical speed that he should get a very, very comfortable trip.
Keep your eyes on that gray, the 2, Win It, and how he gets out of the gate with Kendrick Carmouche. Short price favorite. Can he break clean today to kick off this card from South Ozone Park, New York? Here's Chris Griffin.
Stolen Base goes in, all set, and they're off. Awkward beginning there for Bergen. It's going to be the early trailer after the start. Stolen Base has early speed, and so does Co-Conspirator. These two are noses apart here. Center of the racetrack, it's Co-Conspirator, now with a nose in front. To the outside, it's Stolen Base. It's now a stalking second, and Bergen is rushing up here on the outside. Tough opening quarter there for Bergen and Manny Franco. They're alone in third now in front of Noda. And the trailer is the gray Win It. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile, and it was pressured. Co-Conspirator has the lead as a neck in front of Stolen Base, who's not going anywhere. 4 furlongs left to go, and Stolen Base now assumes command. It's Stolen Base to the inside. Co-Conspirator trying to keep up. Bergen is more settled now, and here comes Bergen with every shot has taken a clear second. Following them comes Noda, and Noda, Javier Castellano, they're on the move. They've taken third. Win It is there in fourth, and tailing off Co-Conspirator. Stolen Base has the lead. Ricardo Santana Jr. is trying to fend off all rivals. 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Bergen is stalling there in the second position. Center of the racetrack is Noda. Stolen Base is still finding plenty so far. A final furlong to get. It's Win It down towards the inside. Noda, late momentum here towards the outside. Stolen Base is looking for the line. Noda's lunging late. Stolen Base won it. Stolen Base over Noda. Then came a photo that was Win It to the inside of Bergen in 1 minute 22-4.
Stolen Base, the win. Silks we saw dominant at Saratoga last summer. Flying P stable, Ricardo Santana Jr. And again, just slow out of the gate and last early. Win It.
Yeah, Win It. It looked like he got away clean, just slowly, Jonathan.
Yeah, he didn't break awful, but he didn't break good, and he certainly needed to break good in this situation because the 6 Stolen Bases projected to get a great trip, comfortable on the outside. And in this situation, when I thought for a second that Stolen Bases was a little bit in deep water, the 5 Noda was running at him to a certain extent, man, Ricardo Santana got on his belly and finished on this horse, and I think that he had a lot to do with helping Stolen Bases get to the wire.
4 went to his knees, and you see Win It, the gray, the 2, again, just slow out of there. It is a problem. 6-5-4-2 finish.
The 4 breaking.
And Bergen didn't help things for himself.
No, when he stumbled, he broke to the outside, which actually helped the favorite Win It, who just lumbered out of the gate. He had space. He didn't rush the stall doors. He just doesn't react quickly. But he had his chance to get his position. What a perfect trick for Stolen Base. You're stalking Co-Conspirator, who's the longest price in the race. You know he's going to stop. So you're riding the race like you're in front. Great point about Ricardo Santana, one of the strongest finishers.
And I believe we heard Win It claimed for $50,000. So going to a new barn, not the problem of Linda Rice trying to solve those issues out of the gate anymore.
No, hey, listen, he's been very popular at the claim box. I think every trainer looks at it and goes, I can figure it out. I'll get him to break cleaner.
Ricardo Santana Jr. is full-time here in New York and making a big impact. Takes the opener on this card. We're going to take a timeout. This race coming up Early stakes action at Laurel, named after a great one. The last of 8 Maryland breds to win the Preakness Deputed Testimony. It's ahead next.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Muth, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for spending Saturday at the racetrack with us here on America's Day of the Races. Earn $15 just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $75 each on Churchill Downs and Woodbine today, and you'll get $15 in your account whether you win or lose. You got to opt in to take advantage of that promotion at NairaBets.com. Back to Maryland. Take a look at this field for early stakes action. The Deputed Testimony, named after the misspelled Preakness winner, who was pretty good in his day when the Federico Tessio beat Derby winner Sonny's Halo in that Preakness. Would add the Haskell as well in post time. Huge favorite right now at 1-9 for Brittany Russell.
Post time, gem and consistency, fun horse to root for. Deputed Testimony. What a ride he got in that Preakness from Donnie Miller. Slipped up the inside on
Calvin
that sloppy
Burrell
track.
leg.
Oh, great ride.
Stuck to that inside, saved all the ground. Race 2 at Monmouth on the main track for the first time on this Saturday afternoon in Oceanport, New Jersey. 6 furlong sprint. New Jersey breds allowance optional claiming field. And here's the one, Cassation.
Yeah, he ran well on the grass last time, but shows up here on the dirt.
Meanwhile, even money favorite JJ Zozo.
Yeah, stakes winner as a 2-year-old in the Smoke Glacken at Monmouth. Has a race under his belt. Has speed.
Went against Chancellor McPatrick in the Champagne last year. Here's Pogie, who went by at 5-2. An Electric Eel on the outside.
Yeah, it should be sitting a stalking trip from the outside. Just feels like he's going to have to improve, although 8-5, taking a lot of money. Could trip out, Jonathan. The 4 and 5 both have good speed.
Yeah, this is a horse that the Electric Eel is drawn well outside, but I just feel like Pogie's a little bit quicker.
Pogie, you feel Pogie's quicker?
I think Pogie's a little bit quicker, yep.
Okay, 5-2 on him. Meanwhile, let's go to Paul LaDuca. Paulie, JJ Zozo, 4-5 favorite, right to the inside of Pogie.
Yeah, and I think this horse is going to end up going off at around 3 to 5. You look at some of the PPs, and this horse was behind Wild and Crazy Night. Now, Wild and Crazy Night is, a New Jersey bred that went to Open Company and ran second, going a mile in the Naira Bets Pegasus. So I just think the 4 in here, getting off the rail from the 1 hole to the 4. Listen, they scratched the 2 and the 3 in here, which were the other horses I thought in here. So now the 4 is clicked to 1 to 2. So I just thought JJ Zozo was the horse to beat. And, he's also a 3-year-old colt when you got some of these other horses that are a little bit older, like the 5 Pogie, who's 7 with a lot more seconds, and then the 6 Electric Eel, another son of Sea Wizard. I will give the 6 this, his 2 wins are here at Monmouth, and they're in New Jersey bred company. It's just, I just didn't see anybody besides the 4 in this race, Greg. The company, the horse gets Lasix back aboard again for the 2nd time, and that last race was way tougher than look. So, listen, I hate endorsing a 1 to 2 shot, but maybe this horse you just single and move on in your verticals.
1 to 2 right now on JJ Zozo the 4. This horse was dominant in the Smoke Glacken Stakes race back as a 2-year-old at Monmouth and destroyed that field. He did it on the front end, gate to wire. 1 to 2 now with Samuel Marin aboard.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot to like. This horse has that good form from last year as a 2-year-old, faced the best of the generation in a Grade 1, and now his 2nd start off the layoff.
Matt Dinnerman the call. Here is the 2nd from Monmouth. Starts an early pick 4 from New Jersey.
Barn, Electric Eel goes in. We're ready to go. 2nd race in a row, a horse broke open the front of the gate. Didn't get very far. Gonna go close it up here. All right, take 2. And they're off. And the 4 runners all broke okay, and then JJ Zozo, who likes to be on the lead, actually just took back to the rear of the field. So an unexpected last place horse early in JJ Zozo. Cassation, the longest shot in the race. He's going to go to the lead with Pogie here. They lead by 2 from Electric Eel, already shown more rain to keep up in the 3rd position. JJ Zozo now moving inside of him. 2 pairs down the back stretch. Cassation leads the way a half length from Pogie, who is the pressure. JJ Zozo getting closer on the inside. He's 3rd, Electric Eel to the outside of him as they go into the far turn run. Anybody can win it still as they round the turn. The leader, Cassation, by a neck. Pogie right there to the outside, and these 2 are locking horns as they round the turn, and Pogie has stuck his head in front of Cassation. Electric Eel in the 3 path, getting closer, coming off the turn, and JJ Zozo in an all-out drive. He is at the back as they come off the turn. Here's Electric Eel to pounce on Pogie. Electric Eel going to the lead. Pogie is very stubborn from the inside, not going away. Electric Eel head in front of Pogie under the left-handed encouragement, but it is Electric Eel still with the measure. Electric Eel to win it. Sammy Camacho with the early double. Pogie 2nd. JJ Zozo just never picked up his feet. Ran 3rd, passing the long shot Cassation late.
Electric Eel, and first 2 on the card go to Sammy Camacho. Wins for Carlos David here. And we'll get back to the start with JJ Zozo in a moment. He did not fire. It's Electric Eel, 3rd career win.
Yes, had a nice trip. The outside post was a big benefit there. Jonathan, we had to talk about post positions last week. And a nice resolute victory for the cleverly named Electric Eel by Sea Wizard out of She's Hot Wired.
Yeah, Mig, I just always feel like in these situations, being on the outside is a huge advantage. You get to do the dictating rather than getting dictated to. In this situation, the 6 was dictating to the 5. Outside of that horse, you can lean on them, put a little pressure, make it a little tighter for them. It always feels like in these situations, the outside horse takes advantage of it.
So the 4 speeds his game, winds up last early on here.
He broke a half a step slow, and I do think without the benefit of a head-on, the 1 horse came out into him a little bit and forced Sammy Marin to have to take back.
6-5-4-1, and yeah, you see, a horse like that break a little bit slow. Your job is to make life difficult and squeeze that opening, isn't it?
It's a jockey's job to make it as hard on your rivals within the boundaries of the rules.
So Electric Eel with the win again, 6-5-4 race 2 at Monmouth. Back to Laurel Park in the Deputed Testimony, where post time, runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile is a huge favorite for trainer Brittany Russell. Yeah, 1-9 right here. Post break coming up in a moment. Over $1.2 million in earnings for post time as we take a look at the one Curlin's Malibu.
Yeah, Curlin's Malibu just looks a little bit overmatched in here. 27-1. When this horse is a big price, and he's always a big price, typically doesn't get the win.
There's Speediness, the 4 in the background, who we may see next.
Well named, Speediness. This is the horse they're all going to have to catch. He'll have run where they need to go.
6-1. You see him in the background, and here is post time, the millionaire who was 10 for 17 lifetime.
Yeah, an 8 for 8 at Laurel. It's a home game for this guy with a huge home field advantage.
Confident look coming onto the racetrack as well. Back to Speediness again. This horse is interesting. He's coming in off a win, and he's quick early.
Yeah, like I said, he is the main and controlling speed here. I listen, they all got to be post time, but Speediness is the horse to catch.
Tell him I'm coming. Went by 41-1, and then Awfully Cool on the outside. Comes off a victory as well at Parks.
Yeah, this is a horse that has speed, but what I call route speed, where the 4 Speediness actually can have sprint speed. So I think Awfully Cool will be the closest pursuer.
Well, let's send it out to Callie. Exciting to have a horse like post time showing up. Multiple graded stakes winner and runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile on this program today.
It certainly is, Greg. And just kind of looking at post time, the last time you guys kind of noticed him at that Breeders' Cup, he's always been a bit of a fine, kind of a slight build. He's really grown into his form. He's gotten bigger. Of course, we know his antics. He went right off of the pony. Sheldon Russell really getting him focused here. But talking to Sheldon Russell, Sheldon, from that effort in the blame, says, hey, you know, we need to get this guy a little bit more forward in the field. And that is the mission here for this Deputed Testimony run for post time. So we can expect a little bit more of a not rushed ride, but a little bit more going forward here. I just love the way he looked in the paddock here. Just overall a lot to love. We're going to be seeing him not come from so much off of the pace, as I spoke with Sheldon Russell earlier. Also wanted to touch on the fact that the scratch of Mo Visitor changes a little bit of the situation for Speediness. It makes his life a lot easier here. And the fact that he's potentially the lone speed here, he still also needs to get that mile and an eighth, but he has the potential to do so. He looks speedy, he's short, he's quick. He just is a very quick-looking individual, but awfully cool. A bit of a not-so-dark horse in here because he beat Speediness at his own game just a couple of races ago, and the fact that he can, depending on where post time is, I still assume that post time will be sitting right behind Awfully Cool, but as Mig said it just Awfully Cool is going to be positioned perfectly in here for the Deputed Testimony.
Callie, thank you. You know, it's interesting what Callie brought up. They want to try and get this huge favorite a little bit more involved early. They put blinkers on post time 2 starts ago. I would think trying to get him involved a little bit earlier, but it hasn't really worked out that way, has it?
Well, I think 2 starts back, the first time the blinkers, it did. He got into the race more in the middle of the race, not the very beginning of the race, where usually he's just a deep closer. And going a mile and an eighth, back-to-back times now. Last time was a fast pace from on eighth. I think he'll be in a decent position. He's not going to be a part of the pace, but he'll be in a decent position. Really interesting comments by Kylie about the growing up. He's a 5-year-old now post-time. Horses don't fully mature till 5, so that bodes well for him.
He's the 1-5 favorite. Post 3-4 post time, the millionaire, beat by last year's Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan. Last time out, he'll be running in the Stephen Foster later this afternoon at Churchill Downs. Here's the Deputed Testimony. Dave Rodman, the call.
Yeah, they're off in the Deputed Testimony. Bit of an awkward start there for post time, who's last now. Had a push to the first turn, and Speediness going to use that early foot to open up a 2-length advantage around the turn. So Speediness around the first turn, past the 7/8 pole, leading the way. Awfully Cool on the outside, and Curlin's Malibu down inside in third, and post time is now in the 2-path in the clear, and trailing the field is Tell 'em I'm Coming, with 7/8 of a mile left to run. Speediness dictating terms. Speediness at a crawl at 25 3/5. Opening quarter mile. Leads it by 2 lengths. Awfully Cool is in second. Post time is in third, in range of Speediness, just 4.5 from the front. Another 5 or 6 back in Curlin's Malibu. Tell him I'm coming, trailing the field. Now to the 5/8 pole they go. Speediness uncontested. Speediness from Awfully Cool by 1.5 lengths, another 1.5 lengths, and post time is third. There were half mile that went in a very soft 51 seconds flat. Another 6 lengths back at his Curlin's Malibu, and Tell him I'm coming. Around the turn, no change. Speediness to catch. Awfully Cool in pursuit. Post Post Time remains in third position and trying to gather momentum from third on the inside. As 3 furlongs left to go, Speediness Awfully Cool ridden for a little more. Post Time is right there in third position, down in sight of Awfully Cool as they reach toward the quarter pole at the top of the stretch. And so Speediness is that leader, the one to catch still from Awfully Cool. Post Time is now set down just to the inside of Awfully Cool. Has daylight in between horses to try to quicken on, does Post Time. Speediness is game though. Speediness, Post Time, Awfully Cool there on the outside still. And it is Post Time. Post Time, a 16th to go, takes off with Sheldon Russell, coasting away in the Deputed Testimony. It's Post Time. Awfully Cool and then Speediness. Tell him I'm coming for it.
Wrapped up late. Post Time showing his class here. 11 for 18 lifetime now.
He is really just a fun horse to root for, and I think Sheldon Russell must have watched Donnie Miller's Preakness on Deputed Testimony, because he stayed in there, split horses, couldn't have been more confident. Jonathan, he almost has a turn of foot on dirt like a turf horse.
He's now 9 for 9 at Laurel. The 5, Tell Him I'm Coming, is now 0 for 23 lifetime.
And this was after a compromising beginning.
Turns his head a little bit and out very slow.
Yeah, but I will tell you what, Sheldon Russell could not have been more confident despite the calamitous beginning. He just put his hands down, let his horse take him into the race, saved all the ground, and when he found that room in between horses. Now, if I'm the rider on the 6, he's never getting inside of me there. He's going to have to come out and come around me. He was the best horse, but don't make it easy on him.
Can get away with things like that probably against this level of competition. I would expect if he wants for a repeat trip to the Breeders' Cup, he will not be able to get away with that.
Yeah, the tougher the competition, the less margin for error. He cannot afford to make those kind of mistakes like he did at the break, Jonathan, against top-class company.
No, you can get away with it. It's like every sport, right? You can in the NFL, if you're the better football team, you can let the other team go up 21-0. You got 3 more quarters to come back and try to beat them. But when you're playing a team that's much better than you can't spot them 21 points. The same can be said in horse racing.
Back to Belmont of the Big A. Marathon on the lawn, 1.5 miles on the turf. Allowance optional claiming field. And current favorite, Muda Weed down on the inside. Mike Maker, Kendrick Carmouche coming out of a 1 3/8 race. Beat less than a length. This horse comes from very, very far back.
No speed whatsoever.
Not at all. Yeah, he's one that is a concern unless they invite him into the race.
Next story, he's the favorite, by the way, 5-2, Bourbon Day, who's a 4-time winner on the grass.
Making the first start for Tom Morley off the claim. This is a horse that can get position in a race that seems devoid of speed. He's going to put himself forward. I think he's going to get a good trip.
Here's Rungius. Bruce Levine trains Ricardo Santana Jr.
Trying turf for the first time. I think he plays out to be the main speed. And the mare has produced Sweet Melania and just some really good turf horses. Sweet Rebecca as well.
Long time away for Catch a Wave.
Yeah, but Chad does well with these types. First off a layoff throughout his career, 26%. This horse has the best race going long on the grass.
And Certified Lover Boy, he wants to be forward.
Well, this is another one that has speed. I actually misspoke. This should probably be the speed of the speed, but this horse has tried turf 3 times with only 2 third-place finishes to show for it. He's more proven on dirt as far as his speed goes.
3 minutes to post in this marathon on the grass. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
We'll start with a long shot, Greg. The horse trying the turf for the first time, that's number 4, Rungus, who has an abundance of turf pedigree. Liam's map is a great influence on the top side, and on the bottom side, he's half to Sweet Melania, a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, as well as stakes winner Sweet Rebecca, and 2 others to try the turf who have won on it. But it's been a long time in this horse's career, who is a 5-year-old, and this is the first time he's trying it here in start number 18. And maybe the pedigree pulls through, but purely based on looks, this does not look like a turf horse. He's incredibly upright in his pasterns. He doesn't have that proverbial turf hoof. So I get why they're trying it. It's a good spot to try, especially for a horse who I think does appreciate distance. And furthermore, he doesn't look anything like his siblings, namely Sweet Rebecca and Sweet Melania come to mind. They obviously were fillies, They were both for chestnut, and they just look like turf horses. They're very angular types of frames, and he's just not. So he looks fantastic overall, and if you like him, he's a very generous 11-1 in a short field. So don't let my word deter you. I just don't feel confident about it. As number 5, Catch a Wave, he is your current 8-5 favorite, and rightfully so. I know maybe this horse isn't quite as accomplished as the others, but in 4 career starts, especially his last 2, he has run numbers that match up quite nicely with the rest of his competition. As JK said, Chad Brown generally brings them back ready to rock and roll, and he's definitely showing that. He looks sensational. Not only does he look fit, he's grown a bit, and just his demeanor. He's just like, yeah, let me back out there. I'm ready to, take down all the competition that I face today. Just very aggressive and just feels like a horse that is thriving as he heads back to the races, and you know that he can handle this distance. Certified Lover Boy is intriguing for the fact that I remember when Ray Handel had this horse, hence the name, because he is the Certified Lover Boy, that he always said, I like this horse on turf, but he never tried this distance. And Fernando Abreu has done excellent work with him thus far, and it seems as though a lot of that success has come when getting him out to these longer distances, namely the start to back. And I think, as Meg correctly pointed out, he's the speed in here. He could very well take these on a merry chase, and he does have a bit of a turf look to him overall. Flatter foot, angular hind end. So I think he's a little intriguing, and the job that Fernando has done with him is reflective in the way that this horse looks, Greg. I've never seen him look this good. Namely, it also helps that he's a 5-year-old and reaching that full maturity.
He's going to be out there rolling early. Certified Lover Boy, 9-2 right now from the outside post with terrific turf rider Jose Lezcano on the irons, but even money, guys. JK, what do you think about that with Catch a Wave? It's been off for so long.
Yeah, I like the horse quite a bit. I think on Talking Horses, the handicapping show we do before the races every day, I said I thought this was the most likely winner on the card. His races as a 3-year-old, especially the last one, were so much better than what everyone else has run. If he takes a step forward, if he runs well, everything that Maggie says points that he's going to run better. He should run better. And if he does do that, I think he's going to be very tough to beat. I understand the 4 is very, very tempting with all that turf pedigree, trying the grass for the first time. But my biggest deal with that, Mig, is why did it take so long to get on the grass?
Well, I think it's a very fair question. And Maggie talking about him as an individual. At 13-1, I'm going to take a swing. If he was 3-1, I probably wouldn't. But at 13-1, I'll take that chance. Listen, pedigree only goes so far. Horse creates his own pedigree at times. A lot of people looked at me, Greg, when I was a kid and said, "You don't look like a jockey." I proved them wrong. So maybe he don't look like a turf horse. Maybe at 13-1, please, or 14-1 now, please prove us wrong.
We'll see. Stepping in, there he is. Son of Liam's map for the barn of Bruce Levine, Ricardo Santana Jr. Already on the board this afternoon, trying to take this early double, but there's the big favorite. Catch a Wave, off since July of last summer for the reigning Eclipse Award-winning barn of Chad Brown. He's got Manny Franco aboard for the return for this 4-year-old debut of Catch a Wave. Chris Griffin, the call, race 2.
And they're off. From the outside, Certified Lover Boy, showing early speed, wants to be in front, and their Certified Lover Boy is the clear leader. Rungus is content to sit right there in second, is now 2.5, almost 3 off the leader. Certified Lover Boy will go into the turn, is free running right now and opening up that margin early. Jose Lezcano, Certified Lover Boy, go into the turn and 23.33 for the opening quarter mile. Rungus is a comfortable second here for Ricardo Santana Jr. Towards the inside comes Javier Castellano on Bourbon Day as a shared 3rd and 4th with Catch a Wave. Patiently ridden there, moving comfortably for Manny Franco and the trailer, Mutaweed. The leader is Certified Lover Boy. Still a little keen on the front end, sprinting away here from the rest of the field, 47.59. For the half-mile time, it's Certified Lover Boy trying to take him all the way and now does slow things down. Rungus starts to move in closer. At the rail, no move yet from Bourbon Day. Still patiently ridden here is in that 3rd position to the outside Catch a Wave. and the trailer, Mutaweed. They get set to move to the backstretch one more time. On the front end, Certified Loverboy, 1 minute 12.60 for 3/4 of a mile, and Certified Loverboy enjoying things so far. Rungus, within a half length of the leader, has moved in much closer now, and here comes Santana Jr. on Rungus. They are now within 3/4 of a length of the leader. Another 2 back to Catch a Wave, who's picked up a spot. Has moved Bourbon Day back to 4th, and Mutaweed has caught up with them, is still the trailer, but only 3 off the lead. 1 minute 38 flat for the mile, and Certified Loverboy will start the sprint for home. Goes into the turn, and Certified Loverboy still doing it nicely. Here comes Rungus with the charge. Catch a Wave is now moving towards the outside 3 wide. Saving all the ground is Bourbon Day, looking for a seam. Bourbon Day to the inside. Now there's a split, possibly, as Certified Loverboy kicks for home. Catch a Wave is ready to pounce. Mutaweed, the split was not there yet for Bourbon Day, who dives at the rail. Rungus is battling on. Catch a Wave is taking the lead for Manny Franco. Mutaweed, though, on the grandstand side with all the momentum lifting late. He was at the back early, but Mutaweed, Kendrick Carmouche, they get the victory. Catch a Wave was second, then came Rungus and Bourbon Day. 2 minutes, 27.19 seconds.
7-2, Mutaweed for the barn of Mike Maker. Kendrick Carmouche, the win.
A very patient ride by Kendrick. Was out the back early with a horse at no speed. Kendrick is a good rider, JK. He's such a chameleon, meaning he can fit any situation.
It's funny to me is he's got this perception that he's a speed rider, right? And I think it's a uninformed perception, I think, that's out there from some. He just came from last in a 1.5-mile grass race. That's the kind of versatility that Kendrick offers. You know, he'll go wire to wire with a horse like Deterministic, right, in the Manhattan in a grade 1, and then he'll come from last downstate at Belmont at the Big A. I mean, that's the kind of rider that Kendrick is, and he proves it day in and day out.
1-5-4-2, Mutaweed at 7-2. Coming out of a 1 3/8 race with the victory here in the second. And for Catch a Wave, probably see a better version of him next time out?
I would think so. I mean, I was a little disappointed based on what I expected. But really, he ran well, right? And you try not to be too results-oriented. Mutaweed just ran better. I was thinking that Catch a Wave was going to run well, and he did run well. I'm not going to change my thinking like that. Sometimes you just get beat.
Tall order to go 1.5 miles off a long layoff, no matter who the trainer is,
yeah.
And he ran extremely well. Yeah.
Prices from this one in a moment. Back to Laurel Park, Deputed Testimony, and not the greatest of beginnings, certainly for post time. Far back early, head turned a little bit out of the gate, but proved no question it was best in this spot. Geared down late for the win. Sheldon Russell for Brittany Russell here. 11 wins from 18 career starts for the Millionaire, and runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Let's go to Callie for more.
Here I am, of course, Sheldon Russell in the Deputed Testimony. Sheldon, I expected you to be breathing a little bit heavier because that was quite the trip.
Yeah, you know, he was just his usual self. He never really breaks pretty sharp, so I was a little worried about that. Honestly, to be fair, I thought the pace would be a little faster, but, you know, Jamie Rodriguez, he's a smart rider. He sort of just controlled it. We went really steady. Post-time was traveling very smoothly at the half. I was a bit worried. I just didn't want to come 3 wide. I knew if I was on their tails, you know, we would get the gaps, but I believe in this horse. I have all the faith in him, and I'm happy he won today.
I mean, how does it feel to finally get that 1 1/8 with him, and 9 for 9 here at Laurel?
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Obviously, the 1 1/8s we've tried in the past. They've always been really tough races. He's always sort of shown up, so we've always wanted to get this distance win with him, but look, he loves Laurel Park, and I couldn't be happier for Alan Charles, his owner.
And now, you and I spoke a little bit earlier in the week, and there was a certain mission that you had to go. Was that mission accomplished here with getting him to where he needed to be in the thicker part of the race?
Yeah, I think this is sort of where we're at now. You know, we get him to have a good win here, and then we sort of look elsewhere, and, you know, we're still trying to get that grade 1 win with him. You know, we're so close, so hopefully, you know, he stays healthy and we can get that for Ellen.
We got the schooling here at Laurel. That grade 1's going to be coming here. Sheldon Russell in the Deputed Testimony. Back to you, Greg. Thanks,
Runner-up, obviously, thank you, Callie, in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Some forget, too, he was third the grade 1 Whitney wet track last year at 1 1/8 miles. He's got big ability. We'll see if he does break through at the highest level in 2025.
What I thought was really impressive, though, slow pace after bumbling the break, the way he really leveled off the last 16th of a mile, he found another stride. And the horse has the ability to accelerate on dirt the way a turf horse would. That's a pretty potent combination.
Post time adding to that resume. Deputed Testimony winner, easy time of things in race 4 at Laurel Park. We'll be back. A lot more coming up. Get you back to Monmouth when we return. 4 minutes away from their third on the card.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. Up next, race 3 at Monmouth, 5.5 furlong sprint. Starter optional claiming race and ambitiously placed. The huge favorite here trying to win her 4th in a row. The 7-year-old mare, 18-time winner of over $420,000 in earnings.
There's a lot to like here. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking, 18-time winner. And she's eligible for this race because she ran for 7,500 last May. And on top of everything else, you get Paco Lopez at Monmouth Park.
To hurt your price a little bit more. Yeah, try Monmouth for the first time. Here's Looking for Treasure.
I mean, the last time this horse sprinted on the dirt, it wasn't bad, but it just wasn't a consistent type.
Duela Dent comes in off a win.
Yeah, in good form, has speed, should be forward.
I believe in Magic. Dominant last time out against a lot easier, though.
Yeah, good claim for 5,000, but eligible because of that. And this filly also has speed towards the outside.
Michael Moore Barnes starting 4 for 5 at the meet, busting down doors.
I mean, this horse isn't that much slower than the 2 and is drawn a little bit better. You're getting a much better price on the 7 as well.
And Birdie's Cause the 8 has won 2 of her last 3.
Yeah, more of a closing type sprinter. Was good in the mud at Oaklawn. Going to need them to kind of really heat things up in the middle to set up a late run from her.
3 to 5, though, ambitiously placed with Paco Lopez trying to win 4 in a row as we send it out to Paulie.
Yeah, and this filly is going to be really tough. And Mig made a good point. Whenever you got that much money in the bank in 55 starts, you're pretty much quality. And she's looking for 7 out of her last 8. Now, she's got a tiny bit of a layoff since her win at Parks last time out. She's won at Penn National and a lot of her races at Parks. Now she gets Paco Lopez, and you guys mentioned it, some extra Paco Lopez money. I think she's going to end up going off of like around 4 to 5. She's going to be close to even money, although she's clicked down to 1 to 2. Paco got scratched out of the first 2 races, so I think everybody is clamoring to go to the window here. The 7 in here is a horse that's a very good gate horse, and, busting doors down, a mare by Golden Sense that it seems like every time this horse tries to rate, can't really get to the front end. So I thought the 8 was the other horse in here, Birdie's Cause, because I think the 4 is the quick of the quick in here, Duella Dent. And I think that Dexter Haddock is a tremendous rider, and he keeps a lot of horses alive. And if you look at Duella Dent, if she can get to the far turn in front, she can be dangerous. I just don't know if Paco's going to let that happen, and I think the 2 will get alongside of her. So I had this race 2-4. I look for Duella Dent, the speed of the speed, and look for the 8 to come a little bit closing late, Greg.
Paulie, thank you. Look, JK, ambitiously placed. She's won a lot. She's won over $400,000 in her career. She's an 18-time winner. 1 to 2, her last 2 Beyer speed figures are not that much better, if at all, than the rest of this field.
Yeah, I mean, let's just, if I had a genie right here, I would wish to own her. That'd be nice, right? She wins a lot of money. And I'd wish to bet on her at 4 to 1, but not at 2 to 5. It's just too short of a price for a horse I don't trust. I'll take the 7 outside with the outside speed at 6 to 1.
See if she can rack up number 19 in her career with Paco Lopez in the irons. She'll break from the inside, the 2 ambitiously placed. Matt Ditterman with the call.
Busting down doors, post 7. Birdie's Cause to the outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful start. Busting down doors, Duella Dent. Duella Dent to the lead from Bustin' Down Doors, who's happy to track here, looking for treasure, firing forward towards the inside on the 2 path, ambitiously placed, holds the rail spot to come up and challenge as well, is offensive-minded, ambitiously placed, looking for treasure, Duella Dent, those 3 across the track. I Believe in Magic right behind them, Keen in the 4th position with Bustin' Down Doors, and Birdie's Cause is at the rear. A compact group separated by 3 lengths as they round the far turn. Now it's 4. Duella Dent out of the early threesome has the lead, and the inside runner ambitiously placed, the favorite, has lost contact with Duella Dent, who's 9 to 1 and surges to a 2-length lead, and being pulled up now is Bustin' Down Doors, who's been pulled up out of it. Top of the stretch, Duella Dent is the leader, tries to give the field the slip as a 3-length cushion with 1 furlong to go. Duella Dent all alone on the lead. The rest, it appears, are battling for the minor spoils. Duella Dent, Dexter Haddock made that move at the 5/16, and it was the winning move. Duella Dent all alone at the finish. Second home went to Birdie's Cause, just got there over Looking for Treasure. I Believe in Magic was 4th.
Unfortunately, we see Bustin' Down Doors pulled up in the race, the 7. Duella Dent with the victory. Dexter Haddock back-to-back wins now for this 4-year-old filly.
Well, I was questioning Dexter's tactics when he kind of broke sharp and then eased back a little, but it was the right move, and she got it done.
So Duella Dent the win in Oceanport, back to Belmont at the Big A. And the Ashley T. Cole, race 3, 6 furlongs on the turf. Bold Journey's done most of his work, over $770,000 in earnings, winning on the dirt. He's recently shifted back to the grass, and he is very capable. Stay with us.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth. Then the chosen run. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60th pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
We know that the horses are the foundation to this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and back to Laurel Park. Maryland Breds trying to get that first win of their career. We have 3 first-time starters in this group as well. 5.5 furlong sprint coming up. Let's go to Callie.
So reach the starting gate.
With one that has a little bit more experience here with Nyanmar, Gary Capuano, Jan Rodriguez. Speaking with Gary, this one is coming off of that really nice gutsy effort at Delaware, but it's a quick turnaround. Gary's not worried about it. Gary's a little bit more relieved about that big scratch to the inside, but I personally, for me, this one dueled for its life last time out over at Delaware the entire way around there, setting in some nice fractions. They were 5-6 lengths ahead of the rest of the field. This one is going to be moving forward off of that effort. Also wanted to touch on the number 3. Of course, this one, Boss Mode, here in the barn for Brittany Russell, who is now in boss mentality right now. But as far as the mentality on this one, she says that this one might just need a couple of races, very ready to go, but just a little inconsistent in the morning. This one is still intact, just giving this one a couple of races. She thinks it's going to be a couple of races before the light switch fully comes on with this one. And in the number 2, I wanted to touch on with Heat Check for Jerry Robb. Jerry says that out of the 2, this one is probably a little bit more ready to go than the others. We've got at least a 5 furlong gate work in there somewhere, so I'm not too perturbed by a slower time. I just feel like, and on top of that, this one is a half to the Wolfman, who is not only a Maryland Million Day winner, but easily won first time out as well. Back to you, Greg.
Callie, thank you. Yeah, Jerry Robb with the 2 heat check. He also has the 7 in here, and the board reflecting that the 2 looks a little more ready to go as well. Dave Rodman, the call. Here's the 5th from Laurel Park.
They're off. Boss Mode, very sluggish to go. Heat Check is fast, though, and opens up 3, almost 4 lengths at the opening 16th. Mr. Supreme moves to second and stick to the system on the outside third, Dancing Deny in fourth. Here's Neymar, second last position, about 6 lengths off of speed, and trailing the field is Boss Mode. Boss Mode racing greenly in last position. Into the far turn 1, and it's Heat Check to catch and stick to the system, trying to apply some pressure from the outside. So it's Heat Check, just a half in front from stick to the system. 2 back. Mr. Supreme trying to reel them in while 3 wide of the track. Then it's Dancing Deny saving ground. Neymar giving the cue to go on, but still has 5 to make up. Heat Check at the top of the stretch. Heat Check extra gear opens up 2.5. Heat Check now. Neymar gets into action, 1 off the inside. Outside is Mr. Supreme. It's Heat Check, a furlong left to go. Heat Check kept to task at the rail, leads it by some 3 lengths. Mr. Supreme reaching on the outside. Mr. Supreme getting little by little on the outside, trying to make it close, but Heat Check holds on to win. Heat Check wins. Heat Check all the way. Mr. Supreme second, Neymar third. Dancing Deny fourth.
Public backing the right. Jerry Robb, first-time starter, and as you mentioned, Mig, big win early pedigree there.
Yeah, Mare now has 3 first-time starters to win. I like that precocity.
Post parade, Ashley T. Cole, $125,000 purse. 6 furlongs on the lawn for 3-year-olds and up. And we start with 26 Black, who was just 4th in the elusive quality behind Bold Journey, who ran 2nd.
Yeah, if this horse had a little bit of a better price, I could spin a tale of how this horse is going to work out. A great trip from the inside in the pocket, but I'm not going to waste time at 9 to 5.
Javier Castellano on Run Curtis Run.
Had more speed last year, and in a race devoid of speed would be a good thing to have.
Bold Journey going by graded stakes winner on the dirt.
Yeah, it was wide, 2 starts back, did no running on the Jaipur last time.
Lock and key, big price.
Another horse devoid of early speed, going longer, sprinting should be really outrun.
The talented Senbei, the 8-5 favorite.
Come on, Senbei, Manny Franco. Where's that speed that won wire to wire at Saratoga on the dirt as a 2-year-old? Where's that speed at? If you can find just 20% of that early gas, you will be in a perfect spot in this race to take over, maybe wire the field, but at least sit right outside the pace.
He's been last more often than first his last few starts. Yeah, that speed has disappeared. Can he re-find it today? Play this race, all the action. We have a mandatory pay pick 5 that starts in this race coming up right there at Naira Bets. New members punch in that code at sign up, bonus 200. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Let's head down to Maggie.
Well, speaking with a handful of the horsemen with regards to this Ashley T. Cole, they're having the same conundrum that we all are. Where does the speed come from? And I think you, with some of these horses, jeopardize their performances by rushing them off their feet, though I think there are 1 or 2 in here that you can put forwardly and they'll still deliver their best performance. And I think that lies with number 1 in here, 26 Black, whom, you know, you watch these horses' demeanor and you try to glean from warm-ups and how they're acting, whether or not they're going to be, you know, somewhat, it's all relative, fleet-footed in this spot. And 26 Black is giving me that impression. Wish he, I don't not like the inside post, but sometimes, well, that leads to trouble with a horse that sometimes just doesn't break that alertly. But he's very energetic so far in the prelims. He is moving so well. He looks fantastic, and I feel like he's one of those horses that, while he's never necessarily seen the lead before, I don't think it really puts him out of his game to be forwardly placed. As we'll move on to a horse that, I'm sorry, you're not getting Bold Journey to the lead, no matter how hard you try, because it's a horse who has never run that way. But physically, arguably, he looks best in here. And granted, I've always been kind of wooed by this horse in the way that he appears. He's just so good looking, so well muscled, and well turned out here. I thought last time, you know, he ran on, well, I should say, 2 back. He ran on well in that elusive quality, a good effort getting back to the turf for the first time in a long time. Next, we'll move on to number 5, Senbei. Yes, he's a horse that as a 2-year-old did show that speed, but he's also a horse that has changed so much mentally. As a 2-year-old, he was very aggressive, very energetic overall, and now he's just not. I mean, look at him out there. He's just kind of not even really picking up the bit, just content to do a nice little trot, and that's how he's been throughout his time in the paddock, and that's how he's been as of late for these efforts. Now, I will say he looks so much better physically, though, than what he did coming back for that elusive quality in my estimation. He still ran pretty well that day, only defeated a length and a quarter to finish 5th. So we'll see how he does. He seems to be taking a lot of play here, and what Manny Franco opts to do with him from that outside post position, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, former grade 3 winner, you know, not that long ago, Mig, on the turf in October of last year.
No, it's an interesting point, though, that Maggie brings up, his demeanor in the post parade. He looks extremely laid back. Now, I've always felt like, especially as he's gotten older, he's more of a bicycle horse. If you're not pedaling, he's not running. He is 6 years old, Jonathan, and you got to ask yourself the question, is he starting to, his enthusiasm for the game, is it starting to wane?
If Senbei's 6, I'm getting old. That's the first thing. I feel like him winning at Saratoga was like last year.
Seems like it was a 2-year-old yesterday. Yeah.
Well, you know, I think you said it though. Miggy, he's a bicycle horse. Well, you know, Manny Franco to me is like Lance Armstrong out here. He's the one that'll keep pedaling. You know, you have a guy like him or a Luis Saez, you know is just going to keep on riding. And hopefully that's what we'll get here. Maybe he'll ask him away from there. Then he's got to ask him to stay connected, and maybe he just kind of falls into a nice trip. He's going to have to be closer in here. I worry some of these other horses have better closing kick, but the one thing that Sinbei used to have at least was a little bit of early speed, which would be a huge weapon in a race
well,
like
that was the elusive quality, and it was Bold Journey who finished the best of the bunch, including him, 26 Black and Senbei that day.
Yeah, but they also went 21-3, 44-1. I don't foresee that fast a pace in here. Do you, Jonathan?
No, if they go that fast, they better go out there and check the teletimer.
So Senbei, there he is, the 5. That was his first start back, for what it's worth, since mid-December. So it was significant time away to get bumped a little bit out of the gate. He is not your favorite right now. Favoritism to 26 Black.
Ran well last time and gets an inside draw. And listen, you know one thing about Ricardo Santana. He's aggressive. I mean, I don't foresee this horse having huge speed, but he'll probably get good forward position.
Ricardo will do the best he can to get as forward as he possibly can, but he's going to have his dance partner, 26 Black, lead the way.
Who seems like 26 Black, he could move forward too. That was his comeback race as a 5-year-old. Second back off the bench for 26 Black. From the inside post, he's your 8-5 choice. The Ashley T. Cole, 6 furlongs on the grass here in the third. Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Senbei goes in. All set for the Ashley T. Cole. And they're off. Senbei flashes early speed from the outside, an easy lead so far. Senbei crosses over in front of the field, is a comfortable length in front. Lock and Key is in pursuit towards the outside and at the rail. The opening's there for Bold Journey. Is just going to wait there. Is back in the third position. They're 2 lengths in front of 26 Black with Run Curtis Run, the trailer. They're chasing Senbei. Senbei went 23.26 for that opening quarter mile. Lock and Key is trying to cut into the margin now. Bold Journey at the rail. A ground-saving journey, but Senbei is controlling the Ashley T. Cole so far. Run Curtis Run starts to move in closer, is bringing 26 Black with that rival. Senbei is going to hug the rail and now kick for home, and Senbei trying to put this one away. Senbei gets the cue and now sprints for home. Bold Journey, though, ready to pounce towards the outside. And here comes Bold Journey to the outside of Senbei, who's got to find more, digging in towards the inside as they approach that final 16th. Senbei still finding enough. Senbei's almost there. Senbei wins the Ashley T. Cole in front-running style. Bold Journey was second, then came Run Curtis Run in 1 minute 7.47 seconds.
That was fun to watch. Senbei, they were aggressive. Manny Franco says go from the get-go. Get to the front and a gate-to-wire win.
And this is what we anticipated, Jonathan. No pace on at all. Manny was aggressive leaving there. He broke sharp with that outside post. And look at the difference. Last time 21-3, this time 23-1.
A lot of intent there, right? I mean, they popped away from there. Manny tried to get to the front. He made the front in a paceless race, and he ends up winning by half a length. Every decision Manny made throughout the race is the decisions that helped lead to the win. If he breaks a little bit slow and tries to close into horses, he gets beaten here.
Yep.
If it was always this easy.
Yeah, Mig referencing that opening quarter, he got to go significantly slower than the pace of that race last time out he was in. Look, probably the best horse in the race in Manny Franco, and Miguel Clement say, let's not mess around. Let's put him in front.
Well, especially with a turf sprint devoid of speed. And again, 2 seconds difference in the first quarter last time in the elusive quality to this time. And it looked like he might have trouble turning for home, but bicycle horses will fool you. So when Manny set him down, he kept finding. He kept on reaching.
Somewhere. Acacia Clement smiling. She, of course, our colleague, named this horse Senbei, winning for the 3rd time in his career, and he does it on the front end from that outside post. Gate to wire in the Ashley T. Cole.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. And gun pilot 22.7. 6 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Down. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
This is right around the corner. The atmosphere unmatched in this sport. Summer at Saratoga, July 4th Racing Festival. Early start to the summer up at the spa beginning next Thursday. We will have live coverage all week long, all meet long this summer.
So looking forward to the packed stands. As a former jockey, Jonathan, you love to play to a packed house. Well, every day in Saratoga is a packed house.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at all of those days, every day is great, right? You get this Belmont Derby, Coaching Club American Oaks, Jim Dandy leading into the Travers. It's going to be an outstanding summer, but it always is.
Maybe we'll see a horse. We saw one earlier, the Deputed Testimony, tackle that Whitney again, did last year, was third in there post time. Fierceness obviously being pointed to that race as well. See what happens. But so many big races and stars of our sport getting set to see us this summer. Senbei, get to the front and just keep on rolling. That was the game plan and done brilliantly under Manny Franco from that outside post. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses Racing Age Sale to be held on July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today. $4.90 for the win, Mig.
And just a real nice trip and ride from Manny Franco, and Senbei reaching for the wire off a slow pace, gets it done.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Please be joined by winning conditioner Miguel Clement and Miguel Manny Franco delivering, getting a horse that seemed as though he just didn't care about getting to the lead. He got there today and took him gate to wire.
Yeah, no, it was great. Manny, we spoke earlier, and he thought there was not much pace in the race, so let's not complicate things. It's a 6-furlong turf sprint. Let's just jump and see what happens and break well and come out running.
They seem to have a great rapport together, Senbei and Manny, going back to his 2-year-old year.
True, they were together for a while now, and they were together winning stakes on the dirt, and now they're winning stakes on the grass. So I don't know what happened there, but something happened. And but the winning ingredient is at least they're both winning together, so it's great.
Yeah, exactly. Teamwork makes the dream work. And Miguel, this is the first time that this Ashley T. Cole has shortened up to 6 furlongs, giving the New York bred turf sprinters an opportunity. How important do you think that is to the program?
Yeah, it's great. You should have a wide range of distances. I think the stable's fortunate to win it with both Lubash and Cityman. Yeah. So So it's for the same connections as Senbei pretty much today. So it's great. More distances, bigger range, and as many of the New York breds can have as stakes, preview day. It's perfect.
Lubash, blast from the past. I love that horse. Well, congratulations today, though, with Senbei.
Thank you very much.
Guys, at Senbei, just dominant in this Ashley T. Cole.
You brought up another really good one for the barn, City Man. It was so good for a long time. This race, as Maggie alluded to, used to be at 1 1/8, and now it's Senbei winning for the barn at 6 furlongs.
Ashley T. Cole, named for one of the chief figures that created the New York Racing Association many years ago. Nice effort, slow pace, but we anticipated that. Nice ride from Jose Lascano with Bold Journey, put him in the game. The 2 Run Curtis Run was very unlucky. He got really hampered at the break, bounced around between horses. I think he would have been closer to the pace if he had had an uncompromised beginning.
It's good to see, too, a horse with a lot of talent, former graded stakes winner in the past, come back and kind of refine some form.
Yeah, and look, it's sometimes it takes a race like this where the circumstances remind you this horse had some speed at one time, and maybe we have to treat him a little bit more like that. Not allow him to just kind of fall out of the gate. Engage him a little bit more. Maybe he can find that speed, because when they go upstate and they're going 5.5, that speed's going to be even more potent unless he catches a race where there's a ton of early speed, and he's a horse that could take back and make one run.
Sure.
Senbei winner of this, Ashley T. Cole. We move on to race 4. $100,000 maiden claiming 1-turn mile coming up to kick off a pick 4. And Barb, Mike Maker. First off to claim, we'll have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard, who won the opener. And this race will kick off the cross-country pick 5 today. Take a look at the sequence. Race 4 here, Monmouth. Race 5 and 6, and Laurel race 7 and 8, all part of that sequence. So 3 tracks, part of that cross-country pick 5. Kicks off at 2:35 Eastern start time. All right, let's get back to Monmouth. Sprinting on the turf here in race 4, 5.5 on the lawn. Condition $16,000 claiming race coming up. And reassess. Paco Lopez favored. We'll start off with Giants Audible.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed from the inside. That's a concern.
Next door, Mysaria, who is quick early.
Yeah, improved speed last time going 6 furlongs. 5.5 furlongs, a bit of a more of a mad scramble.
Reassess, beaten, favorite at this condition last time out. Favorite again.
Yeah, not great on paper, but that Paco effect is going to give you 5-2.
There's Magnolia Wind at 9-2.
Yeah, definitely more of a turf sprint specialist. Nice effort last time at Mountaineer. I'm not sure how that translates to Monmouth.
Sassy Babe, some speed, but last few starts has not shown it.
Yeah, hasn't shown it very much. This horse has better races on the turf.
Turn back in distance for the 7, Mexican Sugar, and here is, well, Are You Happy Now, the 8.
Yeah, more of a closing type, and showing more success on dirt recently.
And What a World getting back to turf for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and has some okay turf races. I'm just not crazy about the current form.
2 minutes to post here in the 4th. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, I'm standing here actually in the OTB part of Monmouth, excuse me, where a lot of the players come in here. And we got this nice little painting behind us, and it looks like Miggs on one of the horses because he's really getting down on one of them. I don't even know what this picture is as well, but I just found it as a beautiful background here for race number 4. I thought this was a difficult race in here. There's a lot of horses in here that are unproven on the turf course, excuse me, and I like the 9, What a World. Now, the 9 has had a couple races on the turf, 7 races, but those races go way back. And if you look at the 2 turf races on the paper, she got left in the gate in both of those starts. It seems like she's gotten over those woes a little bit. Kelly Breen now drops this horse with Luis Rivera. Usually you'll see Paco Lopez aboard, and I think that's why you're getting the price now at 4-1. The 3 horse in here, reassess. Obviously with Paco aboard, but this horse has got numbers to go to. 3 starts on the turf, does have a win, a 2nd place finish, and then the 7 horse Mexican Sugar that's going to be cutting back in distance. That's going to be the horse that's going to launch from way out of it. You're getting 9-2 there. I just thought, Magnolian Wind, the 4 was a horse that had a look. I just didn't think it was all about the 2. I thought the 9 in here, What a World, is a good price here, Greg, at 4-1.
And the MiG coming to save the day in here. That painting behind you, Paulie. Ali Sheba bet twice, 1987 Kentucky Derby?
Sounds right. Say 87 Derby. Bet twice, had come out into Ali Sheba's face, clipped his heels, was able to pull out, come and catch him down. That's a great shot. Yeah, that's definitely depicting that Kentucky Derby.
As for this race coming up here, JK, we talk about this effect all the time. Paco Lopez, we saw it in the last race, odds-on favorite when probably should have not even been favored. And now 9-5 on reassess. What do you think?
Yeah, it's an overreaction to Paco. You're moving to a 7% lifetime trainer, a cold trainer for the meet, and the idea that Paco shows up here is what I think people are leaning on. There's nothing really from the past performances that's overly encouraging, right? The horse isn't making some unbelievable drop, right? Ran for 16 last time, running for 16 today. There's not a significant pace edge. I mean, the horse ran fine enough last time. Comes back off a relatively short rest in 15 days. I don't know. I mean, I do this all the time where, you know, Paco beats me when I don't think he can. I feel like he can't in this spot, but he is 9-5.
It is indisputable that horses take more money at Monmouth because of Paco, though.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, look, we talk about it here too. The Arad Ortiz Jr. effect in New York, same in New Jersey at Monmouth with Paco. Look, he's winning 34% at the meet, and that's not out of the ordinary for him.
I asked Angel Cordero one time about whether he, you know, how he explains if a jockey matters in a race, and he said in a 10-race card, 7 of those races were probably going to be won no matter who was riding the horse. The other 3, the rider absolutely mattered.
I think it's a great way to frame it. And it's an ultimate compliment from the betting public. They're backing you more than even your horses. That's a huge compliment for your ability and how much you actually deliver.
Paco Lopez on reassess, 9-5 favorite, beaten favorite at this level last start, although he was not aboard. Matt Dinnerman, the call. Here's the 4th from Monmouth Park.
Well, are you happy now? 2 back is one of them. There's 2 more runners to load in. And to the outside, what a whirl. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful start. Massaria is quick for the lead with reassess. These 2 are quick here. Sassy Babe, What a World joining the fun on the front end. Massaria takes back, and reassess has the lead with Sassy Babe and a deep What a World as they string down the backstretch. They put 2 lengths on Well Are You Happy Now, running in 4th. Massaria next with Mexican Sugar. Magnolia wins second to last. Giants Audible at the back as they go towards the far turn here. Reassess on the lead into the turn, and neck in front of What a World, who's going well from the outside second. The 2 favorites on the lead here. Space of a length and a half to Well Are You Happy Now. Slips inside of a retreating Sassy Babe at the quarter pole. Mexican Sugar gets a tap on the shoulder as they swing off the turn. She's 3 behind, needs to pick it up. Down the stretch here. 2 favorites still battling with Well Are You Happy Now. Poised to pounce in the 3 pass. She's coming on. Well Are You Happy Now. Reassess tries to cling on to the lead, but Well Are You Happy Now has surged to the front. Well Are You Happy Now pulling clear. Well Are You Happy Now? You just sprung an upset for the bettors. 15-1. Reassess was second. Mexican Sugar third. Magnolia win fourth.
15-1 upset, not quite as big as Sonny Leon delivered in the Kentucky Derby a few years back on Rich Strike, but a big one nevertheless here, cutting back in distance from at least the last time on the lawn, and wins here in the 4-year-old return. Daughter of Run Happy.
Yeah, this daughter of Run Happy actually broke her maiden in Indiana, going 5 furlongs on the turf. It's a really nice ride from Sonny Leon. Saved ground, patient, tipped out, and ran down the favorite.
Huge upset as we get back to Belmont at the Big A. And this 1-turn mile, take a look at the current favorite. That is Barb, who was beat last start going 7/8 of a mile, now claimed by one of the better claiming barns, one of the best barns, period, in the country, Mike Maker.
And adds blinkers. Feels like Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, might be loading up for Saratoga, make another run at it like he did last year, huh?
Absolutely.
So 6-5 on Barb. Ricardo Santana Jr. will look to add another for the Maker Barn as we get back to Laurel Park. Mile on the turf. $16,000 maiden claiming group coming up in this spot. And Tyson's Delivery. That is the 5 here for Robert Bales. Getting on the turf for the first time last start, and it was a productive effort at a mile and a 16th on the lawn. Just missed by a neck. Let's go to Callie.
Well, and to add to that, Greg, I did talk to Robbie Bales in the paddock, and and things look good for that favorite right now because he just said he just needs to keep it together until they get into the gate, and they've done so. And to add to that, that effort last time out ran against a first in the barn for Kieran McGee, and McGee has just been rolling on the turf this year. So that's just kind of the biggest thing I got out of for Tyson's Delivery. He just has this natural quickness out of the gate, and in the end, he was leading the charge, but the McGee runner was 3 wide of him. He had 0 time to respond. Also wanted to touch on the number 8, My Lucky Valentine, with Cal Lynch, Michael Sanchez here. Last time out, 3 of the gates actually opened up early, and this guy was not in those gates as well. In fact, so I just think this one, with the way this one moved, should transfer well back to the turf. Align, wanted to talk about Align really quick. Phil Schoenthal just wanted to mention the fact that, of course, Victor kind of wanted to bring this, he wants to bring this horse back and make one run. So they're just trying a little bit of an experiment this time here today. And talking about the number 9, Edelweiss here for Lacey Gaudette and Wes Hamilton. They're at 16% together here. The pedigree doesn't scream, but suggests that this one should handle this kind of surface here. Lacey worked this one, just mentioned to me, worked this one on the grass, worked very, very well, handled it well. And she also thinks that this distance here today is going to be a really big help for the number 9.
Callie, thank you. 5-2 on Tyson's Delivery. And JK, that race last time out, a repeat of that, is that win here?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but it's not that dominant though in a race that's so wide open where there's so many other options. I mean, I think a 7 is a little bit interesting off of that race. I think the 8 getting back on the turf is a little bit interesting. I just think it's a little bit too short for Tyson's Delivery for a horse who ran well enough last time at 14-1, but still is up to their 7th start now at this low-level maiden claiming and still hasn't gotten it done.
And, you know, JK brought up the 7, Mig Annihilate him, 2 starts back at least on the turf. That was a very good effort as well, and the horse just in front of him that day came back to win.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. These are races to me that I try to rely on pedigree. I thought the 6 pedigree really screamed turf. Has shown nothing on dirt, absolutely nothing. But was 30-1 morning line, 14-1 here. Tyler Connor's been riding so well at Penn National. I think he rode 4 winners last night at Penn, and he comes up here to Laurel to ride this horse. I thought that horse was just interesting at a huge price.
First time on the lawn, yeah, for the 6 Mycroft. Tyson's Delivery, though, the 5-2 favorite. 2nd time on the turf. Dave Rodman, the call. Here's the 6 from Laurel Park.
Christmas spirit move again. 5-2 on Tyson's Delivery. Mycroft. One out, Blackthorn, Brusca. Riders off. Getting a leg back up. Blackthorn, Brusca with Ismario Villalobos aboard. 5-2 on Tyson's Delivery. Bowl game turf, rail 17 feet. Going 1 mile. So waiting for number 11, Blackthorn Brusca. 3-1 on Tyson's Delivery. A bit on the uptick is the favorite at 3-1. Almost in, Blackthorn Brusca. in line. And they're off. Tyson's Delivery in a line, getting the first calls from the gate. Mycroft and My Lucky Valentine racing forward. Edelweiss and Moral Distortion on the deep outside. Moral Distortion out wide, 4 deep into the turn run. They are led by Mycroft. Mycroft on the lead now. 3 parts of a length. Moral Distortion runs up to the second spot. On the inside, Edelweiss settles back in third. Tyson's Delivery is fourth alongside My Lucky Valentine in fifth. A line has dropped some 8 or 9 lengths off the pace, and Blackthorn Brusca racing on the outside of that runner. Another 4 lengths back. Annihilate 'em, Christmas Spirit, and Triple Sec is last of them all. About a dozen, maybe 13 lengths will cover them. Mycroft leading the way. Mycroft up top from Moral Distortion there on the outside. Second, My Lucky Valentine. 3 deep, Edelweiss in between horses. Tyson's Delivery. Cozy on the inside. Here's Tyson's Delivery within 2.5 of the front, while ground saving into the turn. A line with 6 lengths to come now. Triple Sec on the outside of Blackthorn Gruska, 3 wide around the far turn run with 3 furlongs to go. And Christmas Spirit Annihilate 'em is the trailer. Mycroft still there. Tyson's Delivery takes aim and tips off the inside at the top of the stretch. Mycroft turns in. Mycroft is that leader at the 360s. Tyson's Delivery asks for punch on the outside. Here comes Tyson's Delivery, shifting in but grabbing the lead with a furlong left to go. Tyson's Delivery trying to get over to the inside, shifts into the rail, opens up 2 on Mycroft, who's hanging in stubbornly second, and then it's a line. It's going to be Tyson's Delivery. Mycroft in a line, then Triple Sec from the back of the pack to pick up 4th.
Tyson's Delivery somehow floats up to 7-2 for the win. A nice call, Mig. First time on the grass. Mycroft got a big thrill and hangs in there for second at a price.
Yeah, no, he tried really hard. Tyler Connor's a rider to watch. He's really impressed me what I've seen watching him at Penn National, now here at Laurel. But Tyson's Delivery, well, Tyson delivered. He threw that knockout punch.
Well done.
Yes, he did, with authority. For the Robert Bales barn. Back at Belmont at the Big A, this $100,000 maiden claiming 1 turn mile. It's still Barb, the 8-5 favorite in this field of 7. That will line up for just 3 minutes to post. Post parade happened just a few moments ago. And we'll start with Vow of Secrecy. Linda Rice with Ruben Silvera from the rail.
Yeah, this is one that has some back numbers, hasn't run since April. Gets a little bit of a mini break here. I don't quite trust her.
10-1 for the 4th start of the career coming up. Interceptor, Chad Brown, Manny Franco, and the blinkers go on.
Did close some ground against much better last time. Adds blinkers, trying to get this horse a bit more involved, and drops in class.
Faced a pretty good one first time out, too. To come back to win a stake, the Jerome Cyclone State. Here's Barb, the favorite.
Yeah, I like this horse. Horse ran well last time. Switches to Mike Maker. You get Ricardo Santana. And like you said, Richie, looks like Flying P is loading up for another big summer at Saratoga.
Should see speed early from Momentum Files.
Yeah, this horse, they're figuring it out. Maybe this is just right, 1 turn mile.
Scottish Storm, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn.
Yeah, it's knocking on the door a couple of times, but I don't quite trust this one at 11-1.
Hello, friends. There's Nance.
Making the first start off the Linda Rice claim. Did improve first start to second start.
And Chad Brown barn as well. Clarvich Stable. Silk's fully booked outside, start number 2.
Yeah, I much prefer the other Chad Brown, the shorter price one. This one didn't break well, doesn't have much speed, drawn towards the outside. It's kind of a bad recipe.
We'll see, though. As the first start, maybe breaks better today, and the blinkers do go on. We'll see if that's a different horse, at least early in the race. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And while Barr makes an excellent impression here, I have no problems with him. I just thought that at a short price, this race was a little bit more interesting than just accepting that 8-5 on Barb, as we'll look to his inside and talk about the 2 Chad Brown runners, which does include Interceptor, who just had a no-hope trip last time. His hand was dealt at the start of that race, breaking 12 of 12, tried to go forward, then had to be taken back, and still ended up 6 wide into that first turn. He just looked so unhappy. He was able to get over and save some ground later on. in the race and weaved his way through traffic to make up some ground, as we do hear a late scratch coming over the loudspeakers from Chris Griffin. Vow of Secrecy will not participate today. Back to Interceptor, a horse that I actually have no notes on, but does add blinkers, and as Meg pointed out, much better field last time out, including the third place finisher coming back and winning with an 87. Chillax would come back with an 86. So just meeting softer company today. Looks incredibly fit. He'll have to cut back though to the one turn, but he's fairly sharp, and with those shortcut cheater blinkers going on, I don't foresee this horse being so far back, especially than what he was last time, but I think he should be a bit more engaged, moving beautifully on the racetrack. Chad's other runner fully booked here. He was not your typical Chad Brown first-time starter. He was so green and just honestly obnoxious acting. He just didn't, he lacked a serious amount of focus. He was bad to get the tack on, he was bad with the pony, and therefore it led to a poor break with Flavien Prat, as Eric Cancel will climb aboard. He's been much better behaved. Now, they'll stretch him out, which I get, but not necessarily looking at him nor based on his pedigree. And McLean's Music out of a Yes It's True mare. Shorter might ultimately prove to be better, though those shortcut cheater blinkers going on. Look for him to break better, especially from that outside post. As we'll see, Cherie DeVoe send out a 5-year-old maiden. I mean, talk about patience. Well done. Has faced some very nice horses in his running lines. Returns as a gelding. They don't know what distance to run this horse at. I like a mile for him. He's a little bit of a smaller horse. He strikes me as one that has never really grown and gone on. But coming back off of a layoff, he looks incredibly fit, and he's been taking money throughout. I'm not in love with him, but the fact that he is taking some nibbles on the board does intrigue me, as Linda will still be in this race with a horse first off the claim, Nance. This is a horse that has gotten away slowly in both efforts, but he just seems so much more awake, so much more alert than what he has been in those past efforts, including first time out, then off the break. So pairing races back to back finally, and now truly looks fit. This is a fascinating race. We'll see if Barb, though, is the goods at 3-2, Greg.
There is, thank you, Maggie. Barb, yeah, short price here. First time of the barn of Mike Meeker. And the blinkers going on. 3-2. Santana looking for number 2 on the afternoon, and we'll see if that outside horse does break better. Start number 2 with the blinkers on.
I have to think with the experience, blinkers on, outside post, this horse will leave in better fashion.
JK, where do you wind up?
I'm going to land on the 3. I think it's a 2-horse race between the 3 and the 2. The 3 just feels like he's traveling in the right direction. The 2 looks like he's going to really appreciate the class relief.
There's that 5-year-old Maggie touched on for Cherie DeVoe. Owned and bred by the man who bred a pretty good one named Justify, Triple Crown winner. Also bred this one, Momentum Files, is trying to get that first win of the career coming up. 4th from Belmont of the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Fully booked, goes in. All set. And they're off. Bit of a bobble at the start there for Momentum Files, but did break very quickly. Momentum Files right out towards the front is chased to the outside by Scottish Storm, and here at the rail is Barb. Barb is ready to challenge Momentum Files. It's these two out of the chute as they get set to hook up the backstretch, and Interceptor wants to join them and might assume the lead. Here comes Interceptor at the rail, and Barb, they're now 1-2, and they're head and head as they work up the backstretch. Back to third is going to be Momentum Files, traveling as a pair that's fully booked with Scottish Storm. The trailer, Kendrick Harmouche and Nance. 5 lengths at the back end of the field, 23.47 for the opening quarter mile, a 2-way battle for the front. Interceptor to the inside with a neck advantage over Barb to the outside, who comes right back. And these two into the turn together, 45 and 4 for a half-mile time. Momentum Files is trying to regain that momentum now, and here comes Momentum Files' is reclaimed third. Fully booked is trying to pick it up from 4th, is to the outside of Scottish Storm, and from the back, Nance trying to launch a rally from last. The leader is Barb, who travels well. Barb has now put a head in front. Interceptor is game towards the inside, won't go away. Interceptor still right there with Barb, and these two shoulder to shoulder as they approach a final furlong. Momentum Files is just gradually making up some ground, running out of time, but here comes Momentum Files late. Interceptor just won't be denied, and Interceptor to the inside. Barb to the outside. These two head and head, back and forth. Interceptor and Barb look like Interceptor got it. Interceptor and Barb were in a photo there for the win. Then came Momentum Files in third in 1 minute 35.82 seconds.
Move by Manny Franco to engage early, not let Barb get away, and wins this duel down the stretch.
What a game effort by Interceptor. If you watch Manny Franco on Interceptor and Ricardo Santana on Barb and their body language turning for home, Manny had been riding Interceptor already for 1/8 of a mile, and Ricardo looked like he had 2 fistfuls of horse waiting to ask him. Sometimes you're better off putting that horse away when they're under a drive. Don't allow them to get game and re-engage. But these two put on quite a show. A little bit of a back and forth trip for the 4 Momentum Files, who showed speed, backed up, made a second run.
Heck of a horse race. They both ran extremely well. We'll see the photo here, how close it actually was with this shutter cam. Oh, I mean 1.5 inches. Oof. It looked like the inside to me, but it was like 1.5 inches. Look, game performance by both of these horses at this level. You'd like to think that both of them will go on and do some okay things.
So, and you know what's interesting, too? These are 2 of the strongest finishers that we have here in a stacked, talented jockey colony, and all of their infinite physical skills were on display.
You know, both these guys, but particularly Manny Franco, had to work this entire race.
Inside the 3/8 pole, it looked like Barb was an absolute cinch. Interceptor was already under a drive, but he kept finding.
Interceptor wins this stretch duel over Barb. Momentum Files checks in third. Chad Brown, Wise Racing, Manny Franco take the 4th here at Belmont at the Big A.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
And here's Commentator turning for home in the Whitney with a 3-length lead. On the far outside, Student Council trying to reel him in, but time is running out. There's less than a furlong to go, and it's Commentator well clear. Followed by Student Council, and here's Commentator to win the Whitney again.
Yes, indeed, winning it again. One of the great New York breds of all time. Commentator won the Whitney as a 5-year-old, and then again 3 years later in 2008 as an 8-year-old. Just announced that he passed away yesterday at the age of 24. He was residing at Old Friends at Cabin Creek, and sad to see him go. Provided so many great moments for us.
Yes, I think it was so fitting he wound up at Cabin Creek. They do such a great job there. A New York bred that wins the Whitney twice, and not back-to-back years, which is unusual, right? Taking a little bit of a hiatus in between. What a fast game runner he was, JK.
Yeah, and it's awesome. You know, he passed at 24, but you got to think about those 24 years of memories, right, that he had and that he gave to people. They got to see him run, and then people that were fans of this horse got to go visit him at Old Friends for all those years. And something about these horses, man, they just keep giving back to us.
2-time New York bred Horse of the Year as well in his incredible career. And he will be missed, no question. But yeah, as JK said, so many people, they go up there, they visit these former stars of the sport, and it's great for the game.
One of the greatest things ever said, Winston Churchill, something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a man. And isn't that the truth? And I still go visit horses that, although I at home, I got a 28-year-old and a 35-year-old that every time I think, well, it might be time, they perk up pretty quick.
14 wins in that career, over $2 million, trained by Nick Zito, owned by Tracy Farmer. They had some good ones together, and he's right up there. We'll miss you, Commentator, no question. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. More coming up from Monmouth when we return. We'll get to race 5, approaching the 2-minute mark to post. Hear from Paulie with his thoughts as they step onto the track for this starter optional claiming field.
And clear off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga. Join America's Day at the Races for the special July 4th Racing Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. 4 days of great racing as a prelude to Saratoga's summer meet. Action kicks off Thursday, July 3rd, 1 Eastern.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, getting set for race 5 at Monmouth. Mile distance, 3-year-olds and up, and a starter optional claiming field where we have the 2, 3, and 6 all on the board at 2-1 in this spot. Vanzi, one of those. Of course, Paco Lopez showing up on that runner, coming in off back-to-back in the money finishes. Let's go to Paul Duca for more.
Yeah, Greg, you mentioned the two in here with Paco Lopez aboard Vanzi, and then right outside of him will be King of Hollywood. I just think King of Hollywood should be the favorite in here. You talk about a horse that likes to win races and likes to grind them out, too. I mean, this is a horse that is in phenomenal condition. It's King of Hollywood. A first by a head, a first by a length, and then you see a sloppy effort. You can throw that out. Then a win by a neck, a nose, and a neck. So the 3 likes to win races. I just think the 2 right now will end up being your third choice in here, because I thought it was between the 3 and the 6 in here. Cupid's Dude, Sammy Camacho looking for a triple on the day. And I'm going to go with the 6 here, slightly over the 3, just because of the outside post and maybe be able to rate. It looks like the 2, 3, and 6 all want to go towards the front end. You know, so I'll land on the 6 in here. I just think that Sammy rides this racetrack so well. So the gray right there on your screen, I'll land. If they go crazy on the front end, Real Sensation is the one that will be closing up late. But I'll stick with the 6 in here with Cupid's Dude with Sammy Camacho, Greg.
All right, Paulie, thanks. JK, I wanted to get your thoughts on Cupid's Dude. That huge effort, jumping up to a level he'd never really been at before, but it came on a sloppy sealed track. Do you feel like the wet track maybe moved him up?
It's possible. It's always a question when you look down and you see a race that was better than what you've seen. But I will say this, though. If you look through his past performances, when this horse makes the lead, he runs well. Now, he doesn't always run as fast as he did last time, but he does run well. So I think that the safe thing to assume is it's less about the racetrack and more about the fact that he gets very brave when he's out on the front end.
Mig, pretty good career for this horse. These are lower level horses, sold for $8,000, purchased at auction. He's made $187,000 in his career.
But he doesn't really seem like he likes to pass horses. When he's in front, like Jonathan said, he gets brave, right? But look what 9 seconds and 8 wins. 2 starts back, beating the neck, runs up there, won't pass. 3 starts back, gets beat a nose, runs up there, didn't pass. When he's on the lead, he's already broken through that
Might
plane.
have trouble getting the lead, too, with the presence of the 3 King of Hollywood in this spot. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 5th from Monmouth.
Into the outside post, gun right. Here's gun right, Fernando Jara. We're ready to go. And Laroff, gun right was off slowly. No problems from Vanzi, who's sent for speed here. King of Hollywood naturally quick. Real Sensation from the inside off the layoff. He's pretty fresh moving forward on the inside as they go into the first turn run. Real Sensation has the lead. King of Hollywood right behind now as Real Sensation leads the way from King of Hollywood. Vanzi in the 3rd position early. The gray Cupid's Dude is moving forward 3 deep to come and press the issue on the lead. King of Hollywood also getting closer as well to Real Sensation. Brother Brad coming back to him. He's 2 off the pace. Space of 3 more to gun right, who's at the back and can see them all. Down the back stretch they go. Real Sensation half length in front of King of Hollywood. Cupid's Dude perched 3 deep in a good stalking spot. Brother Brad on the inside. He's 4th with Vanzi. 2 off the pace. Space of 4 to gun right, who is still detached from the rest, who are bunched up as they approach the 4-turn run. Real Sensation, King of Hollywood, they're side by side as they go into the turn, and Cupid's Dude is getting the perfect trip. 3 wide, moving up. King of Hollywood head in front of Real Sensation. Cupid's Dude makes it 3 across the track at the 5/16. Brother Brad has retreated to 5th. Vanzi passed him. He's on the move on the outside as Real Sensation calls it a day. Cupid's Dude is taken off, and King of Hollywood, he's in trouble. Left behind in 3rd. Vanzi on the outside, striding up the challenge for the win. It's Vanzi and Cupid's Dude off the turn together. Vanzi on the outside with a furlong to go as a nose in front. Cupid's Dude's trying from the inside, not going away. He's reclaimed the lead, sticks his nose in front. Vanzi's still right there. These 2 head-to-head, nose and nose, and Cupid's Dude would not be denied. Cupid's Dude breaks the heart of Vanzi. 3rd home, King of Hollywood, and then Brother Brad or Real Sensation. Gun right trailed throughout.
Cupid's Dude, determined effort. Sammy Camacho having a huge Saturday afternoon.
I feel like Sammy Camacho might have this horse's number. He showed a lot of fight today, was collared by the 2-horse Vanzi with Paco Lopez and battled back, JK.
He sure did, and it's not an easy thing to do down on the inside to have a horse on your outside, but it seems that Cupid's Dude has just gotten pretty good at the right time, and he's shown a lot of determination.
Third win on the card for Sammy Camacho as we get back to Belmont at the Big A. Race 5 starts a mandatory pay pick 5. 7 furlongs, $32,000 claiming race. And big scratch, Silo Ridge coming out of here. We know Bezos had other things going on this weekend, getting married, so he won't participate. And Tabawatch, there's a look at the 7 in here. Manny Franco, Ilkay Cantermachi barn.
Yeah, this is where I landed. I was between the 7 and the 8. They're both the same price, so I feel pretty good about going with the 7. I just don't quite trust the 8. The 7, if you ignore the last race, I think the race 2 back makes sense to me, feels good to me, and I think could be the one that could help him. I like the outside draw for both of these horses. I had to pick one of them. I landed on the 7. In multi-race wagers, I could pick 5. I want to make sure I was alive to the 7, or I was starting this off, to the 7 and the 8.
Have you found, because the last time Tabawatch ran was at Saratoga out of the Wilson chute, some horses seem to just not run as well out of that chute and then rebound. Have you noticed that?
I haven't noticed it, but it makes a ton of sense, and now that you mentioned it, I'm going to start paying attention.
Yeah, kind of a weird configuration for those who don't know. At Saratoga, where we're going to be back there next week, starts almost into an immediate turn, that mile distance, which they just reintroduced, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago, like fully reopened. It's not, you know, they've done a good job with it, the way it's squared up, but basically you're braking in the middle of the first turn.
And there's a look at the entry. 6-5 favoritism right now, legal deal. Ricardo Santana Jr. will get post 4, and then Street Swag, the other half of the entry, breaks second to the outside. There's Street Swag. Kendrick Carmouche will ride with more on the entry and the rest of this field. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, just going to take a look here, Greg, at the lettered part of the entry. That is the 1A. As he's a horse that, for, the times that I've seen him, which is basically throughout his career, this is one of the best times he's appeared prior to a start. I wasn't in the paddock for his last effort, which was first off of the Rob Atras claim, but a horse that sometimes doesn't carry his weight well, doesn't necessarily look great in his coat. All those things are right where they need to be today. And I know he emerges out of only a 4-horse race last time, but Top Gun Rocket, he was fancied, and I thought that Street Swag had the more taxing trip in which he was pressing the early leader the entire way. And while that winner did come from last, Top Gun Rocket, he was able to hang in quite gamely, and I think this is the right spot for him. This is the right condition for him. Just really like what I'm seeing from him here in the paddock today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 9 minutes away from race 5 here on the card. Our FS1 coverage coming to a close here in a moment. We're going to be on social media. You catch us on YouTube and then back on FS2 a little bit later on. But you can find us New York Racing Association on YouTube immediately following this sign-off here on FS1. Coming up next on FS1 coverage, NHRA Pro Stock from Norwalk, Ohio. You'll catch that next, but we'll continue along with the pick 5 here coming up. We'll be on FS2 momentarily till our coverage concludes at 4 Eastern time. That Deputed Testimony, fun to watch post time. Obviously the class of that field at Laurel.
I mean, he's just a horse that shows up, and that record at Laurel now, 9 for 9 at Laurel. I bet they'd like to see the Breeders' Cup there.
Certainly, competition might get a little bit stiffer, but sure, I think he would like things. I guess we see him Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile again, but maybe the Whitney this summer.
I would think that both of those, he deserves a chance to run in those races.
All right, we're going next up, YouTube, and then FS2 shortly after that. Hope you enjoyed our coverage on FS1. Post time, slow break, head turn, did not matter. Geared down late to win easily in the Deputed Testimony. And in the Ashley T. Cole, Senbei hadn't shown that speed of late. He certainly did today, like a rocket out of the gate under Manny Franco. Straight to the front and gate to wire for the victory. good to have you with us. Those just joining us here, you're watching America's Day at the Races on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. All across the country, coverage from here in South Ozone Park, New York, out at Laurel and DeFrancis Memorial Dash Saturday afternoon, and out at Monmouth as well. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin, and we're going to get underway here in another mandatory pay pick 5 we have coming up in this 5th Belmont at the Big A.
Just great competitive racing. This is really a fun day. We're rolling 3 tracks, JK.
Here we go.
Back to Laurel, 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the lawn. Starter optional claiming field. Let's bring in Callie Francois.
Greg, thank you so much. I'm going to focus on the favorite again, and here with the number 13, Jay-Z's Last Chance. Just a heads up, she went straight to the gate, talking to Scotty Wolfendale. She's just a bit of a nervous type, so really that's the biggest thing with her. The biggest thing I noticed is that she drifted so wide from the reaction of that left-hand stick last time out, but the race sets up well for her as she is the favorite. Going ahead to the number 7. This one intrigues me here. Parola Secura for Damon Diodvico, Horacio Caramanos. Last time out, she was just a bit fresh and spicy coming off the layoff, and she's a chestnut filly. We can't exactly blame her for that, but she was just a little particular, a little persnickety. She likes things her way. We expect nothing less out of a chestnut filly, and got into a big-time kerfuffle, not really by getting, bent up against anybody. She didn't on the backside. There was just a dramatic moment. She just really reacted from the rider getting in her face. She kind of overreacted. But if she gets the trip she wants, she looks great here. She was a good second in the Stormy Blues in her last Laurel 2024 effort. And the number 1 for a little bit of a price, first-time turf, Jamie Ness, Jamie Rodriguez. I spoke to Jamie Rodriguez. He just thinks she moves like she should be on the turf here. Back to you, Greg, here for the 7th here at Laurel.
Callie, thank you. Yeah, Bola de Crimo, first time on the grass. Dirt speed, will it translate to turf speed from the rail? We will find out, but Parola Secura, the 7, stakes placed on the lawn, and right now the favorite. Dave Rodman with the call. Here's the 7th from Laurel Park.
5.5 second finish. And they're off. Clean break today for Conceptualize and Parola Secure. And here is Margarita Days moving along into 3rd position. Best is Candy on the outside, chasing 2. And Melancia down to inside. There's 3 lengths off the front as they head for the turn. Ariel Moon over to the 3 path as they round the turn. Infatuation racing on the inside. Jay-Z's Last Chance, Hot Boss, and Boyo de Crema, they're in the back. So midpoint of the turn, Conceptualize free by almost 2 lengths in the chasing Parola Secura, and Best is Candy on the outside 3rd. Margarita Days is in 4th, and Melancia Ground Saving in 5th, and trying to move up for the back of the pack. Boyo de Crema's on the inside, but still about 7 from the front. There's 3/16 of a mile left to go, and Conceptualize getting a clean trip up front. Conceptualize, here comes Jay-Z's Last Chance. Jay-Z's Last Chance motoring home on the far outside. Jay-Z's Last Chance with all the momentum, a 16th of a mile left to go. Can Jay-Z's Last Chance get up? Second wire photo. Conceptualize Jay-Z's Last Chance. Can't tell from here.
I thought Conceptualize was able to hang on and seal the deal. Let's take another look down the stretch.
Yeah, it appeared to me at first glance, too, that Conceptualize did hold off that late and relentless run from the 11. I'm sorry, the 12. No, I'm sorry, the 13.
Yeah, 13.
Excuse me. Getting a little lost here with all these racetracks. Let's keep an eye on where their noses are. Heads up and down on the wire. Yeah, clearly Conceptualize hung on and won by about a head.
Yeah. So first win on the turf for Conceptualize. Back to Belmont at the Big A. Still the entry. Holding is the favorite, and you get the 2-for-1 here, JK.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, that can often affect the price. I don't really need the 1. I just need the 1A. But I think because I get the 1 as well, it's going to affect the price.
3 minutes away from this 5th. This happened a few moments ago. Let's catch this post parade. Legal Deal. Again, post 4 for the straight one. Rob Atras first off the claim with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, I don't love horses getting claimed off a ratio deposit. He does a great job. It's just kind of an even move for me moving to the Rob Atras barn.
Meanwhile, the other half of the entry claimed off of Brad Cox a start ago. Rob Atras barn.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, Rob can move a horse up, too. I think this horse is interesting. He ran okay. I just hate the price.
Again, breaks second to the outside. Conniving gets the rail.
It was in really good form for Carlos Figueroa. Was claimed and moves up. Maybe just a little bit too tough.
First time on a fast track for Screaming Uncle in the last couple of starts.
Yeah, he ran okay last time on a muddy racetrack. 2 times ago, excuse me, on a muddy racetrack. I just don't quite trust him.
Good effort last start. Now to a new barn for JJ's Joker.
Yeah, it does have the good effort last time. Gets the trainer change. We'll see if that can move this one up.
Back class with Tabawatch.
This is where I landed. I thought he drew well towards the outside. To me, it's a 2-horse race between the 7 and the 8. The 1A, obviously, but I just don't like that price.
Yeah, strong form coming in for He's My Honey Badger, but moves barns again for the 3rd time the last 3 starts.
Yeah, trainer that I'm not familiar with yet. Not to say that I won't be before too long. Very well drawn on the outside. Lands in a good spot.
7-2 from that outside post. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, some unfortunate news when it comes to the entry. The one in here, Legal Deal, he never warmed up. So he'll be a late scratch in here. So therefore, the 1A is going to have to run for purse money only. So there goes my selection. I still like Street Swag, but we can't bet on him. Anyway, let's talk about the now for favorite and second choice in the wagering. That's Tabawatch in here. And back class, will it prevail today as he takes another, step back down where he finished second by a head, 2 back to Chelonian when part of that entry. And Gunnett, his stablemate at the time, would then go on that kind of 2-race win streak. The problem with Tabawatch is his form just kind of completely incinerated when he came back when he went to the bench in December and came back in February, and he had just been running like a horse that was having trouble breathing. So you wonder, when that goes, when a horse can't get their air, are they ever going to be able to run through that? Sometimes obviously you can do tie-back surgeries, and sometimes they just learn to deal with it. And maybe we are seeing that with Tabawatch here against some lesser company. I don't particularly trust him, and I'm definitely not going to take him at even money, as we'll look to the outside with number 8. He's My Honey Badger, a horse that I've always had a bit of an affinity for, and he was a reclaim for Rob Atras when last time, as I mentioned, Gunnett won that race and would go on to win again with an 83. He was hustled for early speed, but he couldn't quite get it over Gunnett, and they went fairly quick. It's when the racetrack had been speeding up throughout the month of May. He kind of got shuffled back on the turn, and then he stayed on well to only be beaten a length and a half. So I thought it was a good effort. Now, Greg Charlery will pick him up out of that, and former assistant to the late John Toscano. He looks fantastic. Granted, he's one that always does look the part. Does have some corrective shoeing on. We'll see how that helps him. But I often find that when horses have those glue-ons, they often run better than what they would with just the conventional nails. So we'll see how he does. I would definitely take him at a little better price, Greg, than Tabawatch.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Yeah, He's My Honey Badger, 2-1. So double the price of the 7 from that outside post, too. And you like that outside post.
I think that's ultimately why I picked him. I just think he gets a really good trip from the outside, and I thought his last effort was good.
Again, the 1A, JK stays in the race, purse money only. Unfortunate situation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. You can't change it at this point. I like the 7 or the 8, so I'm not overly affected, except for the price of those 2 horses.
Chris Griffin, the call. Here's the 5th.
All set. And they're off. He's My Honey Badger with speed from the far outside. His heart sent towards the front. Screaming Uncle is in that early mix too, and these 2 are the top 2, and about to be joined by purse money only Street Swag, center of the racetrack. Just behind them, a lineup of 3: Tabawatch, JJ's Joker, and the trailer, Conniving. The leader is He's My Honey Badger. It's Screaming Uncle towards the inside is challenging. At the rail, here comes Conniving, is now taken 3rd. Just towards the outside of that one comes JJ's Joker. It's going to get tight here for Conniving. Is now going to take back, and the trailer is Tabawatch. They work into the far turn. The top duo still go at it. Screaming Uncle is a nose in front, 22.48 for that opening quarter mile. Here comes He's My Honey Badger. Battles right back through a 45-second flat half-mile time. At the rail, JJ's Joker is trying to rally on there. Out wider comes Tabawatch. The trailer is Conniving. They get set to reach the top of the stretch. He's My Honey Badger still goes at it with Screaming Uncle. The purse money only. Street Swag, center of the racetrack, is back there in third. For wagering purposes, it's now Tabawatch, who's now in gear but has a lot of ground to make up. At the rail, Screaming Uncle still goes at it with He's My Honey Badger. He's My Honey Badger. Screaming Uncle isn't done. Screaming Uncle battles back. Screaming Uncle won it over He's My Honey Badger. Then came Tabawatch and 1 minute 22.58 seconds.
Screaming Uncle 9-1. Holding off He's My Honey Badger for the win with Christopher Elliott.
Well, I think he had He's My Honey Badger screaming Uncle. He just wouldn't go away, fought. I tell you what, Christopher Elliott has improved so much over the last several months. Physically, he's gotten stronger. He's gotten patient. He builds a horse into a finish. This is a very game effort from Screaming Uncle, who had good speed.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his past performances, I guess he just wants to go a little bit longer. You look prior to his last start being at 6 furlongs, which is, you know, he didn't run well. All the other races, 6.5, 7, 8, 7, 7, 6.5, 7, 8. I just maybe getting back to that distance and being aggressively ridden helped.
Credit this barn, too. This horse, a few starts ago, he was in for 15,000. He was 46-1. He won that race. But now he's stepping up to 32, wins again. They've done a good job with this one.
He really has. I mean, he went all the way up to the $40,000 level last time, back down a little bit to 32. It's a perfect kind of horse, too, for an apprentice. Speed horse, get a 5-pound break in the weights with a rider that's riding well and has gained a lot of experience over the winter here in New York.
Barn will get to keep him for a little more time as well. Not claimed in here. The 1A, the 7, 8 all moving on to new barns. 3, 8, 7, 5 finish. 9-1 upset. Son of Stuart Elliott. Smarty Jones fame, Christopher on board Screaming Uncle here in the 5th.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Watching America's Day of the Races. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at Outright Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the rest of the card this afternoon, next week at Saratoga, and all summer long. Screaming Uncle Christopher Elliott, 9-1, and you were talking about the steps you've seen this young rider take. You're impressed.
I am. He just physically, he's developed so much. You know, a lot of times apprentices look like apprentices on horses. He's not looking like that anymore, and look at how cool he is here. He's not all in turning for home. He waits till Ruben Cervera throws the first punch right here, and he goes all in. And now he puts the crop in his left hand. He starts picking his horse up, and his horse kept finding more. So not only has he gotten stronger physically, mentally, he's really seeing a race. I love the steps this rider's taking.
He's very composed, it felt like, right?
Yes.
Didn't panic and just kind of took his time and stay, you know, slow and steady, wins the race type of deal. Not overreacting, not panicking, calm and cool. Maybe he saw that from his father over the years.
Well, one thing, Stuart Elliott, his father, was a cool customer. He was a jockey that other jockeys really appreciated. Even when maybe the public wasn't as aware of him, you know, until Smarty Jones, other riders, Stewie, he's a good rider.
$20 winner here for his son, Christopher. 5-pound apprentice notching another win. To start off, a mandatory pay, pick 5. Starts with a price. Race 6, start of the pick 6 on this Saturday card. 6.5 furlongs. New York breds, first level allowance race coming up. And Sir Cartwright, Jeremiah Engelhardt, who's living pretty well right now off that victory with Moplex. Got scratched out of a race they wanted to run in a different spot. Belmont at Saratoga were unable to do that because of quarantine and wind up shifting gears to the Ohio Derby, and it pays off.
Moplex is a good horse, and New York bred's already an open graded stakes winner and goes down there and gets the Ohio Derby. Really cool.
There's something about when you have a good horse that can win sprinting and going long, gives you a lot of options, right? You can find easier spots. You can place the horse. You can put him on a van and go here and go there and pick up checks. They're very useful types. You don't have to circle one race in the condition book and hope that you show up and there's no monsters in there. You can dodge and shake, and it's a great weapon to have.
And I loved the horse was getting stronger, it seemed like, the further he went past the wire, hoping they talked Albany, hoping we see him in the Jim Dandy. We'll see.
I think he kind of stamped his ticket to give bigger game a try in a race like the Jim Dandy. You know he's very good, and he's certainly very good against New York breds. His pedigree always suggested that he would continue as the distances got further. He's kind of got that beautiful Uncle Mo stride to him.
Next week, we will be at Saratoga for July 4th week. It's going to be fun. Grade 3 victory ride. Part of the action will bring you on opening day. Early start. Little sneak preview of what's to come for the summer. More Saratoga, always a good thing. And the victory ride, 6.5 furlongs. 3-year-old fillies, $175,000 purse. As fans getting excited already for what's to come. Those picnic tables in high demand. And victory ride, wild applause on the opening day. And then July 4th, Belmont Derby for the boys, and locked in the Suburban.
I can't wait to see the enthusiasm from the crowd we get in Saratoga. They love the game. They're great fans, and we appreciate them so much.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's what's great about Saratoga is you get the maiden races, so there's that potential for a future superstar, and then you get all the stakes races where you get to see the superstars that already exist. It's what makes it the most unbelievable 9-10 weeks.
I think one of the most exciting things, you saw that schedule there, Belmont Oaks, best 3-year-old turf filly in the land, Nitrogen. We're going to see her in that race, and then they're pointing her to the Alabama on dirt. So she looked incredible winning on a race that came off the dirt on a wet track, albeit. That's going to add just more excitement to a tremendous race.
I wish she would have ran on the grass that day. There was a work that she had leading into that race where she worked with Carson's run and I believe deterministic, and she ran by them in that work like they were tied to the pole. It was unbelievable. I think she is a very, very talented horse.
That's one of the byproducts of when they work on the turf on the Oklahoma training track, is that you've got just a rush of horses coming out to get their works in the time allotted. And they wind up hooking up with horses that they weren't supposed to work with. It just happens to happen. And the fact that she used them as a target and ran by them, very rare, too, to have a horse that can switch surfaces and be as effective. Now, she did it on a wet surface. Let's see if she can do it on a dry track. But that's an unusual ability for a horse to be as good on dirt as turf. Like John Henry is probably the most notable one over the years.
Former Arlington Million winner. Yeah, grade 3 victory ride, part of the opening day coverage. Again, 6.5 furlongs for 3-year-old fillies. Looking forward to that. And JK, I'm going to be on with you, our late coverage on Thursday, opening day of the meet.
That's just the most exciting thing I've ever heard, Wolfie.
No sarcasm at all. Back to Monmouth. I was looking forward to it. All right. Mile and a 16th on the turf here in this $12,000 claiming race. We start with Venezuelan Triumph.
Yeah, getting back on the grass, hasn't been there in the last couple of starts.
9-2 next door, Mailman Money.
Yeah, Mailman Money getting back to turf. Ran well off the turf last time. Will Mailman Money deliver?
Come on, Mig. Lonely Ride, blinkers on.
Yeah, it puts the blinkers on, but had the blinkers before, and it didn't make a huge difference, although there was a few wins with the blinkers.
I loved it. I'm just kidding. Fatima's Blessing, the favorite, went by. Here's the 6, Happy Cat.
Happy Cat kind of used to have more speed, yet Jorge Duarte trains at Colts Neck Stable, about 15 miles from Monmouth.
Been a while since Fast Payday's been on the grass.
Yeah, it's been a while since Fast Payday's run that well on the grass.
More Than Work, a contender at 9-2. We're up to the 10 now, Dracone.
Dracone's got to overcome that tough outside post, getting back to the turf.
That's your field. 2 minutes away from this 6th. It starts at pick 4. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, as you can see, a wide open betting board here, and Fatima's Blessing is getting all the money with Pacos Lopez. And this horse got produced at the right time last time out. And I just think that last win, it's going to be really hard to produce it. I just think that got the perfect setup last time and came rolling down the track. You do get Paco Lopez back aboard, but he just produced his horse perfectly and showed more speed than usual. So I would think Fatima's Blessing, the 4, will go at least forward, at least in this race. As you can see, earlier in his career, he was a horse that came from way out of it, but Paco just knows that sense of pace. The 8 horse on the outside, More Than Work, Kathleen Damasi and Sammy Moran just tried to wire a field last time out at this level, and that was only a 6 horse field. I mean, I just don't know if I want to endorse this horse at 9-2, but we'll induce some speed in this race. It doesn't look like there is a ton. We'll see what happens. I like the 3 in here, Lonely Ride. Dexter Haddock looking for another one on the card. Of course, puts the blinkers back on. Used to be in the Derek Ryan barn. Has a couple races. Was only a little bit behind More Than Work after having a little bit of trouble. I think the 3-year 12-1 is great value.
Wow, price there from Paulie. Thank you. Yeah, Lonely Ride, the 3. Double-digit odds. 12-1 currently. Blinkers going on today. Favorite, though, is the 4. So Fatima's Blessing. 82 buyer in a win at this level last start, beating More Than Work, beating B here, a couple that he'll face again this afternoon.
I like More Than Work. More Than Work was coming off of a layoff, ran extremely well, was just run down by Fatima's Blessing, and it was first time Paco, and I think there's something to that. He rides a little bit different than other riders, maybe surprise the horse. The horse won't be as surprised this time. Give me the 8, More Than Work.
Yeah, beat is the even money favorite.
Also, Greg, I got to correct myself. Earlier, I talked about that painting with that Twice and Ali Sheba. And thank you, Lenny Weinberg. That is that Twice beating Ali Sheba right there at Monmouth in the Haskell. And I had forgotten they raced against each other there at Monmouth. So I was thinking it was the Derby, but thank you, Lenny. Good call.
Terrific painting.
Great
Glad
painting.
Paul gave us a look at that.
What a good crop of 3-year-olds that was,
Oh, my.
too.
Yeah. We have a pretty good crop this year, too, and a lot of anticipation with the, just the prospect that Sovereignty, your Kentucky Derby and Belmont winner, and Journalism, who ran in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown, winning the Preakness, could hook up again maybe twice this summer in the Jim Dandy and Travers.
Well, I think what you can hope for that is for an older horse out on the West Coast to really kind of take charge. maybe a Nisos to really jump up and become a monster. That way, there makes sense for journalism to not take on an older that is running triple-digit buyers and go ahead and come back out east for a rematch,
Right.
another chance.
Instead of the Pacific Classic, which is basically their Travers for the Del Mar meeting.
Yeah, exactly. They're big race for older horses. Del Mar, unfortunately, and I'm not really sure why, doesn't really have a 3-year-old dirt program. They've got a couple of good grass races for 3-year-olds, but they don't have a great dirt program out there. And so a lot of the West Coast, well, I'm glad, we're lucky, a lot of the West Coast horses come out for the Travers.
I wonder if part of that just speaks to what a presence the Travers is, sort of an unofficial fourth leg of the Triple Crown.
Yeah, doesn't it feel like Del Mar said, okay, we'll defer the Midsummer's Derby, the Travers, to you guys, and we'll concentrate on a race like the Pacific Classic. And we watched Commentator winning the Whitney earlier, and who ran second? Student Council, who I won the Pacific Classic on. The slowest Pacific Classic in the history of the race, but it was on synthetic.
But there's a great backstory to this as well. Maybe we can get more to it when we have some time. But your son was so disappointed, wasn't he, that you were going to be on that horse? Because you took off another horse, didn't you, to ride in there?
I took off AP Excellence, who had run Lava Man to a head in the Hollywood Gold Cup, to ride a 20-something to 1 shot, and he thought I was out of my mind. Didn't even want to go to the races that day.
And what did you tell him?
I started seeing how the race was going to run and explained exactly how I was going to win it, and I was going to be following Lava Man. And then it happened almost exactly the way I envisioned it, except I hit the front a little too soon. Lava Man gave up a little too early. I thought he'd carry me to the inside the 8th pole, and all of a sudden I'm alone at the quarter pole, and I'm like, oh, God, I hope I didn't move too soon.
Lava Man, one of the all-time great claims in the history of this sport for Doug O'Neill. 6 from Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
And Leroff, cabinet pick a little bit tardy from post position number 9. Mailman Money strides to the lead. Far outside, Dracone is put into play, and Dracone's going to clear off here with Happy Cat. These two hook up. Mailman Money right behind in the 3rd position. More Than Work settling in 4th in a good position early. Fatima's Blessing down on the rail. The gray Be Here is next. Fast Payday 3rd last in a strung out group. Venezuelan Triumph is next with Lonely Ride, and Cabinet Pick is trailing maybe 18 lengths behind as they dart into the first turn here. 22-3 that first quarter mile time. Speedy Tempo on the lead on this turf course here at Monmouth, and Happy Cat, the class dropper, leads by a half length. Dracone is pressing. Gap of 2 to Mailman Money off the pace on a hold. He's running in 3rd. More Than Work to the outside of him. Then Fatima's Blessing Be Here. They're 2 clear of Fast Payday. A similar margin to Venezuelan Triumph. Cabinet Pick taking the 2nd last position away from Lonely Ride, who is at the back. They've slowed the tempo down in the 2nd quarter mile. Dracone outside, neck in front now. Happy Cat holds the inside spot. They're 2 clear of Mailman Money, who gets the perfect trip from 3rd. No excuses for him. Gap of 2. More Than Work. Fatima's Blessing saving ground around the far turn run. Be Here has come under a ride, 6 behind. So is Cabinet Pick right behind him. Then Fast Payday, Venezuelan Triumph under pressure. So is Lonely Ride at the tail. Coming to the top of the stretch. Dracone neck in front. Happy Cat under severe pressure as they come off the turn. Mailman Money right behind the leaders here. Outside is More Than Work. Fatima's Blessing right behind the leaders, needs to pick it up. Also Be Here, furlong to go. Happy Cat, Dracone. Here's Mailman Money coming to split horses. Be Here on the far outside. More Than Work. 5 of them in a line. Be Here on the outside. Be Here gets it with Fernando Jara. Be Here gets the money. Blanket photo for 2nd. Mailman Money was in it, and also More Than Work and Fatima's Blessing at Dracone.
Be Here the gray for Jorge Delgado. Fernando Jara here on the outside to the wire first, winning for the 4th time on turf.
Usually when a race like this, when there's all of these horses finishing at the wire together, I would not want any of them coming out of this race. It just is an indicator that it wasn't a great race.
Moving to the Fox Sports app. Here in just a few seconds, it's Be Here, winning this 6th at Monmouth Park. Good to have you with us if you're just joining us. Hope you're enjoying the weekend. Thanks for spending part of it with us here on America's Day at the Races. Coverage from Belmont to the Big A, Laurel Park, and Monmouth. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack here in New York, and Jonathan Kinchin with you here in studio. It's been a fun Saturday so far.
It's been great. I'm sitting up here on the set enjoying my time with you guys. It's just like hanging out at the races with a couple of friends, talking about who you like, what you like, why you like it. That's the fun of being a racing fan and coming to the racetrack. We all have our opinions. The horses have the answers, but it's fun to talk about.
The only difference is I am missing a snack and an adult beverage, but this will do.
We're going to head out to Laurel right now on DeFrancis Dash Saturday afternoon. 6 furlongs coming up, race 8. Starter optional claiming field. 3-year-olds and up. Let's go to Callie.
Thanks, Greg, and we're going to open things up. I'm going to talk about Brother Conway because personally I think that this is his race to lose here. McGee and Karamanos, and talking with Kieran McGee, he says no more 7 furlongs for them, even though he did run pretty well at the 7 furlong effort. As far as the trip, he's going to lean a little bit on Karamanos, whether they go, especially when we're talking about that 9. We'll get to the 9 in a second, but he's going to just let Karamanos kind of dictate off of the break as well. I mean, if he just does that same trip that he had from that 7 furlong effort last time out, he wins at this 3/4 distance today, and this is McGee's world right now here in Laurel. He's not too far behind the usual suspects of Jamie Ness and Russell for the meet leaders, and when McGee has them in form in this type of turnaround, it's usually pretty dependable. Talking about the number 9 on the outside, who's your hotter favorite here in Murray, talking with Jamie Rodriguez, he's a bit afraid of having to use him early, which I do agree with, but despite getting hindered out of the gate last time out, this one still managed to get the win. However, he bested Brother Conway in the past, so also in this race, coming from way off the pace, he's just getting that win at the wire for Brother Conway, and that's the question of the 6 furlongs for me, because at this outside post where nobody is going to bother him at all, it cancels out the question a little bit, Greg.
The inside back of the woods going to sprint out for the lead. Brother Conway with that early zip as well. Then it's El Divino Nino Neon Sign, 4th saving ground on the backstretch run. Holy Synchronicity, Little Lance is next. Murray, second last position, and 5 Dreams trailing the field. Brother Conway and back of the woods hook up head-to-head past the half-mile pole. Chasing at pace, El Divino Nino right there on the outside, well, 3 wide. Another 4 to Neon Sign. Holy Synchronicities in mid-flight, then Little Lance. Here's Murray on the inside, ridden along and trying to improve, but still double digits from the front as El Divino Nino takes over the lead. Brother Conway going to try to run with that one toward the quarter pole. So Brother Conway, El Divino Nino head-to-head as they turn in. Another 6 to Neon Sign is next, and back of the woods down to the inside. Holy Synchronicity is in between horses, shifting off the inside comes Murray. Murray's going to shift out to the 4 path of the second flight chase, though with plenty to do. Brother Conway, tenacious, El Divino Nino right there still and trying. Brother Conway, El Divino Nino, Murray Motors on late for 3rd. Brother Conway, gritty victory. El Divino Nino, then it was close 3rd. Holy Synchronicity of Murray.
So one Callie had pointed out, Brother Conway, 8th win in the 6-year-old's career, turning the tables on Murray, who had beat him last time.
A nice call by Callie, and the difference, the 6 furlongs this horse fought. Horatio Caramanos been riding winners in the Mid-Atlantic for years. This was a game performance. Came out a step there into the 8, El Divino Nino, but didn't look like much.
By the way, there is an inquiry back at Monmouth involving your 3rd and 4th place finishers. Finished 5-8-2-4. So we'll keep you posted on that. Back to New York. Oh, being told it's a dead heat. Okay, there it is, official on a dead heat. Race 6 here, 6.5 furlongs. New York bred entry-level allowance coming up, and there's a favorite, Trust Fund. It's a big performance last start that this sort of jumped up out of nowhere, improved 20 buyer points for that win, JK.
Yeah, I don't trust that, and if these odds, now they click a little bit more. I love the 5 at Sir Cartwright. Now, when a horse runs a number as a 2-year-old, and that number still kind of stands up with what the horses they're running against today as a 3-year-old is, I give that a huge, huge look, because just the maturity that comes along with the time between a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old is enough to see a 10 to 12 point, maybe even 15 point buyer speed figure edge. So if you add 10 to 15 points to Sir Cartwright's buyer speed figures, this horse has a big edge against this group.
5-2 on your favorite, the 6. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Want to talk about a interesting piece of equipment here that is being applied to number 3, Kenny B, for the first time. And it's funny, when I first started working in New York, way back when, like 15 years ago, Dave Duggan had told me about this special run-out blinker that he designed himself. Well, Kenny B is wearing that today, and it's actually not a full extension blinker covering his right outside eye. What it is, it's a full cup with a massive hole cut in it. Then through the middle of it, he puts white tape. And as he said, it's to mimic the outside fence, to kind of play a little bit of a mind game with the horse, thinking that they're close to the outside fence, so therefore they won't run into it. So I just thought that was interesting that he's gone back to his invention for Kenny B today, guys.
Interesting equipment there. Thank you, Maggie. We saw Ducky Medwick go by. Here is the 3 Kenny B for David Duggan with that equipment.
Yeah, this is one who puts the blinkers on, was trying the turf last time. Does have some back numbers, though, as a 2-year-old on the dirt.
Tarpaulin won big time, first time out. This will be start number 3 for Brittany Russell.
Yeah, it's just going to have to run faster. Broke her maiden from maiden claiming and ran an okay race.
Sir Cartwright, 3-year-old return, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. Jeremiah's been hot with his decision-making. Maybe it applies here as well.
Kendra Carmouche for Todd Pletcher on the favorite Trust Fund.
Well, if he runs as fast as he did last time, he'll be tough, but that's a big ask. It was much easier company.
And Fireballin' 4-1 outside Mike Makerbarn.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this one was at least a little bit interesting if the top 2 don't show up, but it feels like the 5 and the 6 are the 2 horses to beat in here. But the 7 Fireballin' did draw well, and you get Ricardo Santana.
Back to the 6. So here's Trust Fund. Career start number 8. This becomes a different horse all of a sudden when, dropping class part of it, but just runs so much faster than he ever had.
Yeah, it's just, but that's the part that's concerning to me, is just a run to have that big jump up there. I don't quite trust it. It's a race where Reynolds Channel was a big favorite on a huge drop, and it's one of those deals. It's what's different, what changed for him. He'd gone the distance before. He'd run at the racetrack before. I don't know where it came from, and if it's hard for me to find where it came from, it's hard for me to trust that it's real.
So he's the 2-1 favorite. Meanwhile, let's go back to Maggie with more on Sir Cartwright as he readies for his 3-year-old return.
I think he is, Greg. And I do want to bring up something with regards to the racetrack. It does feel as though, as we go back and look at the last race with the upset winner in number 3, Screaming Uncle, that inside speed is pretty darn good today. It does not feel as though that horses are really making big, significant runs towards the outside, which is a question mark for your favorite in here for Todd Pletcher and Trust Fund. Not necessarily a question mark with number 5, Sir Cartwright, who does come off of the layoff, and he looks fit, but he's also filled out a bit. And he's sharp. He's aggressive in the paddock, which is something that I didn't necessarily observe from him in his last start back on December 15th when he did not get to the lead as the favorite. Still ran respectably, though, but 2 back, I mean, he was like a bull in a china shop, and the same thing is apparent today. So I think we're going to see him forward. The horse that could potentially give him some belly aches with securing that forward position is number 3, Kenny B, who is a forward type of runner. But we'll see how much space Uncle George does have too. But Kenny B, like I said, with that equipment on, a lot of times it prohibits them from kind of seeing the gate open clearly, seeing those other horses leave. So is that going to hinder his break today? I feel as though Sir Cartwright, we know that he is capable of getting a forward position, and I'm going to take him, whereas number 7, Fireballin', that's not his gig. He's not a speed type, but he does have that outside post position, so maybe not on today's racetrack. That's not an advantageous thing to have, but he looks fantastic. I thought his race was a little bit better than it might appear on paper last time out, as we have a network joining us now.
Welcome to those just joining us on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. We're watching America's Day at the Races, live coverage from Belmont to the Big A, Laurel Park, and Monmouth out in Oceanport, New Jersey. Greg Wolf the Mig, Richie Migliori and Jonathan Kinchin, as we have our final weekend here downstate before we head up to Saratoga next week.
We're northbound. It's going to be great. It's always fun to be here at Aqueduct, especially when I'm on set with you guys. But the atmosphere, because of the fans in Saratoga, is second to none.
It's a special, special place. I can't spend enough time up there when there's horses running in a semicircle, and whatever we want to call the Wildershoot.
July 3rd, next Thursday, opening day. As for this race right here, this 6-horse in this New York bred first level allowance race, the favorite Mig Trust Fund, who improved 20 buyer points in a win last start, dropping a class. Reasons to question that performance.
Well, again, it was a drop in class. It's easier company. When a horse doesn't have to work as hard, they breathe better. It's going to have to work a little harder. And Maggie made a great point. Speed is really good today. You want forward position on the dirt. I landed on Kenny B. If Katie Davis has been paying attention and doing her job, she knows that this horse can have good speed. You got to let him roll.
That is the 3 blinkers going on for David Duggan. Yeah, Katie Davis will ride, and Sir Cartwright the 5. JK, 3-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, look, I love horses that run numbers that are competitive with what they're going to see today. As 2-year-olds, you're going to get that natural improvement. I think we'll see that from this one.
Here's Chris Griffin.
Fireball in. Last to load. All set. And they're off. From in between horses, Kenny B is right there towards the front, and Sir Cartwright now joins that leader. Sir Cartwright will press on, is up by 3/4 of a length, now a full length. That's taken back will be Kenny B. To the outside in third comes Fireballin', that's the top trio. Uncle George is in the red silks, moves off the rail, is in the 2 path here, in pursuit from 4th, and just behind them comes Trust Fund. Ducky Medwick towards the back end of the field, and the lone trailer, Tarpaulin. They approach 4 furlongs left to go, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Sir Cartwright, Manny Franco in front. They're up by a half length. Here comes Fireballin', just tugging at Ricardo Santana Jr., and Fireballin' has run right by Sir Cartwright. Fireballin', all on his own, is now up by 3/4 of a length. Backing up there was Sir Cartwright, and having to check and move towards the outside was Kenny B. Just got caught in traffic as they reached the top of the stretch. 44 seconds flat for the half-mile time. How much does Fireballin' have left? Here comes Uncle George in pursuit. Trust Fund down the center of the racetrack. But Fireballin' is still gutting it out here at the rail. Now Trust Fund, Kendra Carmouche, they're trying to assert, and now they take the lead. It's Trust Fund in front. Fireballin', Uncle George. Uncle George takes second. Trust Fund, that's your winner. Trust Fund wins it over Uncle George, Fireballin', and Kenny B. In 1 minute 16.15 seconds.
Trust Fund back-to-back in the winner's circle now. Kendra Carmouche aboard for both.
And Trust Fund maybe has just turned the corner, has gotten good. The last race, maybe confidence builder. The public had it right. Here he came with a well-timed ride. Couple horses that are interesting out of here that I think we will follow back. The 3, Kenny B, just got a nightmare trip. Rating speed horses is a perfect way to get horses beat. Horse broke clean, should have been used harder. I'll bet Kenny B back next time, particularly with a change of rider. The 5, Sir Cartwright, he let go too soon. I want to watch him come back with the addition of Lasix.
Yeah, look, Trust Fund proved it. At that price, I was going to make him prove it. He did. The 5, Sir Cartwright, wasn't really there. I guess maybe needed another start. Or sometimes, Mig, like you've said, it's that 8th grader who's shaving. They're just better when they're 2-year-olds. But I'll always chase horses like that because more often than not, they can come back and improve.
Trust Fund, though, has really turned things around these last couple of starts.
He really has. And you know what? Maybe Kendra Carmouche has a big thing to do with it. 2 starts on this horse, 2 wins. Sometimes a rider and a horse just fit like hand in glove. He came with the late run, I think, against the grain of the racetrack. I don't think it's a pronounced speed bias, but I do think you want to be forward. You want to be up involved.
Do you remember in particular, it comes to mind, a horse where you had that rapport with?
There were a few over the years, particularly a horse like Creme de la Fête, who I won 16 races on, Reappeal. You know, you know them, you have confidence in them, and ultimately you wind up, they have confidence in you as well.
Cheers from the crowd for Kendra Carmouche. He is a popular man here in New York. Got on board Trust Fund. Career start number 8, now back-to-back wins. For the Todd Pletcher Barn, Clips Thoroughbred Partners, and Mike Rapoli wins as a 2-to-1 choice 2-win day for Kendrick and counting. We're going to take a timeout. Reunited, met in the Kentucky Derby. Sierra Leone leaning in. Mystic Dan up the fence, would win it. They'll meet in the Stephen Foster later this afternoon as 4-year-olds. We'll have a preview to come.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that Domestic Product does, it gives you great confidence.
We're all incredibly excited about what awaits fall 2026 with that new Belmont Park. Our program today brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Race 7 to come. Belmont at the Big A. And no matter what race we have, there's cool storylines in just about all of them. And this horse has become a pretty cool storyline for Connections. Turning things around. Drop him in for $30,000 for a tag last start. Stays with Connections. No one took him, and he backs it up with another win.
I was shocked that he didn't get taken that day, and then you would get him, you just kind of right the ship, get his confidence going in the right direction, and now you have a horse that you can run in allowance races, starter allowance races, and wherever you want. And then, you can always drop back. No one claimed him that time, and they probably would this time around, but he's going the right direction, that's for certain.
I think last time was a confidence booster. Sometimes a horse needs to just get in a race where they can win it, find themselves again. I've seen horses lose races and they sulk. They're in the back of the stall. They don't want anybody to pet on them or come to the front of the stall. They win, it's different. They're more outgoing. They kind of know the atmosphere and that good feeling is because of them.
$6.60 for the win. 8-year-old Uncle George completing the exacta, then Fireball and completes that trifecta for $43 for 50 cents. More stakes action ahead at Laurel Park. 6.5 furlongs, the Alma North. Fillies and mares 3 and up, but a huge change in here with Mystic Lake coming out. Would have been a massive favorite for Staffy Joseph Jr.
No, a huge favorite. But everyone else has a little bit of a shot now. When it comes to these types of spots with smaller fields, I'm looking for horses that I think can take advantage of the pace scenario, and to me, the 2 Alani is one that has at least a little bit of speed in her past.
Another big sprint to come as well for the boys in the DeFrancis Memorial Dash. That race has changed quite a bit with scratches in there as well. With more on the main event, let's go to Callie.
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. I mean, we are done with, we're here with the 4-horse field, but that's not a bad thing. These are all very salty contenders here in the Francis Memorial Dash. I mean, you got to root for the hometown here in Celtic Contender, but the big thing here, what I love about the fact that we get Dean Delivers, Ned Allard, Jamie Rodriguez, very, very confident on that effort, and was also, of course, in the Mr. Prospector, where we go with Subrogate and and Dean Delivers. A Super Chow, a scratch in this race, but basically where Subrogate went up to the inside and was on the left lead the entire time, he did all of that hard work and had to start asking early on. And in that race in general, the riders kind of went from 0 to 60, so it just made that race that much tougher. I just really think that both of this is a huge race where I think not only is Dean Delivers going to be moving forward on a physicality level, but I wouldn't put Subrogate out of question anyway. I just saw Jorge Duarte Jr. pass by, and he said these scratches help. The track is going to be helping Subrogate as well here, Greg.
Callie, thanks. With those scratches coming out, it's opened things up quite a bit. But Subrogate, Jonathan, a horse who got very good at Saratoga last summer, had an injury issue. See if he can get back to what we saw last summer.
Yeah, but what we saw from him last summer was he got pretty darn good. And I think sometimes when you can get good at Saratoga, it proves that you got a good horse, and then you could just find spots for them that are a little bit easier. I don't think Subrogate's the type that you're going to be cutting in line to bet in Grade 1 races. When he finds himself in spots like this, he definitely can overachieve in there.
Yeah, and a big stout horse too, so you got to think a race under his belt. There's definitely a forward move in there. We were at Monmouth last weekend. I took a drive around, and I found Colts Neck Stable. What a beautiful setting, incredible place to train horses. And Jorge Duarte was a good rider. He's turned into a pretty good horse trainer too.
Yeah, Colts Neck, owners of Subrogate, and will be a second start back off a long time away in that DeFrancis Memorial Dash to come later on. You can play that race through Naira Bets. We'll be off the air by that time. Big one in the older horse division later this afternoon. Grade 1, Stephen Foster. We teased it going to break, the rematch between two who came down to inches between them in last year's Kentucky Derby. Mystic Dan, Sierra Leone, who of course would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. Great field lined up for this meeting this year as these two get reunited.
Absolutely. Sierra Leone is one of those horses where he always shows up and always runs well. In the races that he's won, he's kind of got things in a nice setup for him. He's not going to get the pace I think he needs to close into today, but I do think that he's going to get invited into the race with a bunch of other nice horses. I'm going to pick First Mission officially, but I do think Sierra Leone is interesting. Mystic Dan is going to just always be overbet, in my opinion, moving forward.
Derby
as a
winner.
Kentucky Derby winner.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mindframe, we've seen incredible ability from him early on in his career. Belmont, third start of his career. Looked like he was going to win that race, though he started drifting out. He's come back as a 4-year-old, 2 for 2 graded stakes wins, and maybe races a little bit better than they looked.
This is a very good horse, and he had the misfortune with his lack of experience in the Belmont, even going on to the Haskell to face a horse like Dornoch, who is a fighter. You know, so you're lacking experience, and you're walking in there with one that likes a fight. I like Mindframe in here. Quick question to Jonathan. Sierra Leone, any worry about his comeback that maybe it wasn't quite as good as I thought it should be?
No, because I think that the reason that happened is the reason that we didn't see him go to the Middle East. He was supposed to go to the Middle East. There's obviously something in the training they didn't like. So his performance being a little bit at fairgrounds doesn't bug me too much. Okay.
See if he can get back to a big performance we saw him end last year on as a 3-year-old. A Breeders' Cup Classic win. That's it for our coverage. Post time. Runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Easy time of things in the Deputed Testimony after a poor start. It did not matter. Rolls to victory for the Team Russell. And in the Ashley T. Cole, Senbei sent to the front, showing that speed we used to know from him way back when, and a gate-to-wire win. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:30.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Join America's Day at the Races for the special July 4th Racing Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. 4 days of great racing as a prelude to Saratoga's summer meet. Action kicks off Thursday, July 3rd, 1 Eastern. For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Expert picks and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Single-day reserved seats in the Clubhouse Grandstand and Michelob Ultra Stretch are on sale now. Plus, book your single-day tables in the Miller Time 4-Star Day Pick 6 Vodka Picnic Paddock and Surfside Tailgate. Secure your seats at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Horses come on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7, 7 minutes away. 1 mile inner turf. Race 7, 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 7. Field set to load. Post time for today's 7th. 1 mile the distance, inner turf. Here's Mo Creasa stepping forward. Via Della Spiga. Union Express. Messi the Magician. Gene and Jude. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Via Della Spiga breaks with early speed. Messi the Magician in the early mix 2. Joined by Mo Creasa from the outside. Gene and Jude wants to be forwardly placed. They're 4 across the course. The one who will take back is Jose Lescano on Via Della Spiga. From the outside posts over to the rail, Gene and Jude. And Lane Luzzy, they're in command. They're up by a full length. Right there towards the inside, close-up second, that's Messi the Magician. Just got passed by Mo Creasa, now pushed back to 3rd. Via Della Spiga's alone in 4th. At the rail in 5th comes Doomed. Then towards the outside, progressing is Union Express towards the back end of the field. Got Mr. Mendelssohn and Landauer. They work up the backstretch and they're chasing Gene and Jude, 23.60 for the opening quarter mile. Mo Creasa stalking right there in 2nd. At the rail, Messi the Magician is moving forward towards the inside of Via Della Spiga through a 47.54 half-mile time. Doom, patiently ridden here, is in 5th, is trying to get off the rail now. Union Express is holding that spot. Landauer starts to roll from the back, and now the trailer, Mr. Mendelssohn. They get set to reach the top of the lane. Gene and Jude is trying to fend them all off. Mo Creasa in pursuit, and Mo Creasa comes calling for the lead. Down the center of the course, Via Della Spiga, Union Express starts to commence a rally. Doomed with nowhere to go, just got shut off. Mo Creasa's got the jump. It's Mo Creasa who's sprinting for home. Union Express on the grandstand side is getting much closer now. Union Express, Mo Creasa won it over Union Express. Then came Via Della Spiga, and Doomed finished 4th in 1 minute 35.85 seconds. Order finish. First is 7, Mocrisa. Second, the 8, Union Express. Third, the 3, Via de la Spiga. Fourth, the 1, Doomed. 7, 8, 3, 1 in race 7. Seven, 8, 3, 1. Order finish in today's 7th race. Winner of today's 7th is the 7, Mocrisa. Mocrisa. He's a 3-year-old gelding, bred in New York by Motown out of Lady Crisa. Winning owner is Crisa. Winning trainer is Linda Dixon. The winning jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr. 2 wins on the afternoon, Ricardo Santana Jr. Mocrisa, bred in New York by Gerald Crisa and Susan Crisa. Stand by for prices. Race 7. It's official. Exacta 7-8, $14.70. The double is $16.30. Trifecta $51.37. Superfecta $522.50. The pick 3, $136.50. And pick 4, $932.75. Pick 5, $3,307.75. And that running time, 1 minute 35.85 seconds. Up next, it's race 9. Today's 8th race, race 8. Race 8 is 25 minutes away. Race 9 is after that. Race 8, 25 minutes away, is next. set. And they're off. Via Della Spiga breaks with early speed. Messi the Magician in the early mix 2. Joined by Mo Creason from the outside, Gene and Jude. Wants to be forwardly placed. They're 4 across the course. The one who will take back is Jose Lescano on Via Della Spiga. From the outside posts over to the rail, Gene and Jude. And Lane Luzzy, they're in command. They're up by a full length. Right there towards the inside, close-up second. That's Messi the Magician. Just got passed by Mo Creason. Now pushed back to third. Via Della Spiga's alone in fourth. At the rail in fifth comes Doomed. Then towards the outside, progressing as Union Express towards the back end of the field. Got Mr. Mendelssohn and Landauer. They work up the backstretch and they're chasing Gene and Jude. 23.60 for the opening quarter mile. Mo Creason stalking right there in second. At the rail, Messi the Magician is moving forward towards the inside of Via Della Spiga through a 47.54 half-mile time. Doom, patiently ridden here, is in fifth, is trying to get off the rail now. Union Express is holding that spot. Landauer starts to roll from the back, and now the trailer, Mr. Mendelssohn. They get set to reach the top of the lane. Gene and Jude is trying to fend them all off. Mo Creason in pursuit, and Mo Creason comes calling for the lead. Down the center of the course, Via Della Spiga. Union Express starts to commence a rally. Doomed with nowhere to go. Just got shut off. Mo Creason's got the jump. It's Mo Creason who's sprinting for home. Union Express on the grandstand side is getting much closer now. Union Express. Mo Creason. Mo Creason won it over Union Express. Then came Via Della Spiga. And Doomed finished fourth at 1 minute 35.85 seconds.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In about $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Spine-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring. Secretariat-like.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down Drain the Clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Horses step on the track here for today's 8th race. Race 8, a mile and an eighth, outer turf. Race 8, 7 minutes. Horses stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 8. Runners loading. Arches Assault. Sunshine Dancer stepping forward. Clipmaster. Sir Oscar. Come Full Circle. Last to load to the outside. Goes in. Bringing up Arches Assault. Really acting up right or off. That was the 1. Arches Assault, who is going to be backed out. Arches Assault goes back in. All set. And they're off. Arches Assault flashes early speed. Clipmaster is in that early mix. Now takes back as Terminal Velocity will take the front. It's Terminal Velocity who's got the lead, is up by a length and a half. Right there at the rail, tight hold on Arches Assault, and Tinnabar has joined them, is now going to be in the 3rd position, just stalking that pace setter. They work into that turn. Purple Silks comes Clipmaster, who's tipped off the rail, is in the 2 path, and that drifts out Mo 88, just a touch wide, is back there in 5th. Nowhere to go right now for Sir Oscar. Wants to go, is got a handful there as they get set to work to the backstretch, just followed by Before the Win. The 2 at the back, Come Full Circle and Sunshine Dancer. They work to the backstretch in 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Terminal Velocity with mild pressure here from Tinnabar towards the outside. Arches Assault is under a tight hold as well, as wants to go through a 47 and 4 posted half-mile time. Clipmaster still at the rail, is now in 4th, challenging 4th there with Mo 88, who's there in 5th. Behind them, Sir Oscar, still waiting for room. Before the Win gets the first run. Less than a half mile to go. The 2 trailers still Come Full Circle and Sunshine Dancer. Into the turn, and Tinnabar is ready to challenge Terminal Velocity. These 2 head-and-head. Arches Assault is tipped off the rail, still tugging at Ruben Silvera, moves forward. Out wider Before the Win. That's the leading quartet as they approach the top of the lane. 4 across the course. The leader is Terminal Velocity. Terminal Velocity. Here comes a run from Before the Win down the center of the course. Also Sir Oscar now in the clear, and Sir Oscar's got a lot of momentum too. Sir Oscar, grandstand side. Terminal Velocity still gutting it out to the inside. A 16th left to go. Terminal Velocity. Sir Oscar hasn't pushed by yet. Terminal Velocity won it. Terminal Velocity over Sir Oscar. Late run there from Mo 88. Did a photo with Before the Win in 1 minute 48.40 seconds. 4, 3, 6, 7 in race 8. First, the 4, Terminal Velocity. Second, the 3, Sir Oscar. Third, the 6, Mo 88. Fourth, the 7, Before the Win. 4, 3, 6, 7 in race 8. Running time, 1:48.40. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 8th race, the 4, Terminal Velocity. He's a 3-year-old gelding bred in New York by Unified out of Warm Shower. Winning owner is Wellspring Stables. Winning trainer, Phil Serpy. Winning jockey, Jose Lascano. Terminal Velocity, bred in New York by Barry R. Ostridger. Stand by for prices in race 8. Race official, $1 exacta 4-3, $13.90. The double, $25.50. Trifecta, $21.62. And superfecta, $154 even. The pick 3, $133.25. Running time, 1:48.40. Up next, it's race 9. Today's 9th race started the late pick 3. Race 9 in 22 minutes. Archer's Assault flashes early speed. Clip Master is in that early mix. Now takes back as Terminal Velocity will take the front. It's Terminal Velocity who's got the lead, is up by a length and a half. Right there at the rail, tight hold on Archer's Assault, and Tinabar has joined them, is now going to be in the 3rd position, just stalking that pace setter. They work into that turn. Purple Silks comes Clip Master, who's tipped off the rail, is in the 2-path, and that drifts out Mo 88, just a touch wide, is back there in 5th. Nowhere to go right now for Sir Oscar. Wants to go, is got a handful there as they get set to work to the backstretch, just followed by Before the Win. The 2 at the back come Full Circle and Sunshine Dancer. They work to the backstretch in 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Terminal Velocity with mild pressure here from Tinnabar towards the outside. Arch's Assault is under a tight hold as well as wants to go through a 47 and 4 posted half-mile time. Clipmaster still at the rail, is now in 4th, challenging 4th there with Mo 88, who's there in 5th. Behind them, Sir Oscar, still waiting for room. Before the Win gets the first run. Less than a half-mile to go. The 2 trailers still come Full Circle and Sunshine Dancer. Into the turn, and Tinnabar is ready to challenge Terminal Velocity. These 2 head-and-head. Arch's Assault is tipped off the rail, still tugging at Ruben Silvera, moves forward. Out wider Before the Win. That's the leading quartet as they approach the top of the lane. 4 across the course. The leader is Terminal Velocity. Terminal Velocity. Here comes a run from Before the Win down the center of the course. Also Sir Oscar now in the clear, and Sir Oscar's got a lot of momentum too. Sir Oscar, grandstand side. Terminal Velocity still gutting it out to the inside. A 16th left to go. Terminal Velocity. Sir Oscar hasn't pushed by yet. Terminal Velocity won it. Terminal Velocity over Sir Oscar. Late run there from Mo 88. Did a photo with Before the Win in 1 minute 48.40 seconds.
Bucaro. Any Dave.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
You can gamble anywhere all the time. Just ask yourself, should I? Take a pause and think about how often you're gambling. A pause can help you stay in control. Visit oasis.ny.gov to take our survey and see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 9th race. Race 9, 6 minutes away. 1 mile is the distance. Started the late pick 3. Race 9, 6 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 9. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 9th. Beginning of the late pick 3. Amity Island steps forward. Rodeo Star. Florida Flower. Foxy Kara. Harlan's Bond goes in. Daniil. Soul Secret. Dolce Seta. Dolce Seta. Moving forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Daniil breaks with early speed. So does Florida Flower in that early mix too. Joining them is Rodeo Star towards the inside. And now Rodeo Star puts a neck in front. Lady Arwen is moving throughout the rail, is now going to contend for that early lead as they get set to come out of the chute. They are lined up behind Rodeo Star. Ruben Silvera, they're going to control the tempo early. At the rail comes Lady Arwen right towards the outside. Moving forward, there comes Harlan's Bond. It's going to be in that early mix. Also there, 3 wide is Florida Flower. 4 wide is going to be Foxy Kara. Those 4 all chasing the leader, Rodeo Star, through a 23-second flat opening quarter mile. Just behind them, in 6th, there is Daniil, is progressing forward to the inside here of Soul Secret. Out wider, Dolce Seta, and the trailer, Amity Island. Less than a half mile to go. They work into the far turn, 45 and 4. For that half-mile time, Rodeo Star is in front. It's Rodeo Star trying to take them all the way. Here comes Harlan's Bond, who's in pursuit with a stalking presence, is now encouraged to move forward by Jose Lescano, and is still Harlan's Bond trying to chase Rodeo Star. Rodeo Star approaches a quarter mile left to go, and Rodeo Star is in front. Here towards the outside, that is Harlan's Bond is in pursuit. Jose Gomez aboard there, and at the rail comes Lady Arwen. Also trying to rally on there is Florida Flower. Foxy Kara starts to roll. Orange Cap, grandstand side, but Rodeo Star is still there. Rodeo Star. Here's Florida Flower. They're trying to swarm this leader from every direction. Rodeo Star needs the line at the rail. Lady Arwen. Lady Arwen bursts through. Lady Arwen up for the victory. Rodeo Star is in a photo there with Florida Flower. Foxy Kara's back there with Harlan's Bond in 1 minute 37.58 seconds. Order finish. First the 2, Lady Arwen. Second the 6, Florida Flower. Third the 1, Rodeo Star. And fourth the 7, Foxy Kara. 2617 in race 9. Winner of today's 9th race is the 2, Lady Arwen. She's a 4-year-old, bred in New York by Audible out of Pursuing Justice. Winning owners, Green with MV Stable. Winning trainers, Rick Dutrow. The winning jockey, Kendra Carmouche. Lady Arwen, bred in New York by Big Dom Racing and Stonegate Stables, LLC. Kendra Carmouche, 3 wins on the afternoon. Race official, exacta, $26.25. The double, $28 even. Trifecta, $109.37. Superfecta, $1,621.50. The pick 3, $115.50. And pick 5 returned $4,133.75. Running time, 1 minute 37.58. Coming up, it's race 10, late double time. Race 10, 25 minutes away. It's next. Daniil breaks with early speed, so does Florida Flower in that early mix too. Joining them is Rodeo Star towards the inside, and now Rodeo Star puts a neck in front. Lady Arwen is moving through at the rail, is now going to contend for that early lead as they get set to come out of the chute. They are lined up behind Rodeo Star. Ruben Silvera, they're going to control the tempo early. At the rail comes Lady Arwen, right towards the outside. Moving forward, there comes Harlan's Bond. It's going to be in that early mix. Also there, 3 wide is Florida Flower. 4 wide is going to be Foxy Cara. Those 4 all chasing the leader, Rodeo Star, through a 23-second flat opening quarter mile. Just behind them, in 6th, there is Daniil, is progressing forward to the inside here of Soul Secret. Out wider, Dolce Seta, and the trailer, Amity Island. Less than a half mile to go. They work into the far turn, 45 and 4. For that half-mile time, Rodeo Star is in front. It's Rodeo Star trying to take them all the way. Here comes Harlan's Bond, who's in pursuit with a stalking presence, is now encouraged to move forward by Jose Lescano, and is still Harlan's Bond trying to chase Rodeo Star. Rodeo Star approaches a quarter mile left to go, and Rodeo Star is in front. Here towards the outside, that is Harlan's Bond is in pursuit. Jose Gomez aboard there, and at the rail comes Lady Arwen. Also trying to rally on there is Florida Flower. Foxy Cara starts to roll. Orange Cap, grandstand side, but Rodeo Star is still there. Rodeo Star, here's Florida Flower. They're trying to swarm this leader from every direction. Rodeo Star needs the line. At the rail, Lady Arwen. Lady Arwen bursts through. Lady Arwen up for the victory. Rodeo Star is in a photo there with Florida Flower. Foxy Cara is back there with Harlan's Bond in 1 minute 37.58 seconds.
know that the horses are the foundation of this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
4 years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Horses step on the track here for today's 10th race. Race 10, 1 mile inner turf. Scratch 12, race 10, 5 minutes. Horses stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 10. Runners loading, post time for today's 10th. Late double, King Freud goes in, Kid Creesa. Rohan. Barnstorming. Royal Brown. John the Baptist. Hard par. Majestic Arc. Broderick to the outside. Broderick goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Kid Creesa towards the inside, right out to the front. Royal Brown also unseating the rider there. Unseating the rider at the start. That was the 10, Majestic Arc. Majestic Arc is loose on the turf course, is at the back end of the field. Unseated the rider, who is being helped there by the assistant starters at the starting gate, is on his feet. They work around this turn, and the leader is Kid Creesa. Kid Creesa's up by 2. Broderick is in second, just right there alone with Royal Brown towards the outside of Barnstorming. They're third and fourth. The loose horse is far back at the back end of the field. They work up the backstretch, and now mid-pack comes Hard Par. Is right there in fifth. Little Keen wants to go. Is held in here by John the Baptist towards the outside. Rohan progressing. So is Patrick's Promise. At the back, King Freud with the trailer. Your Mission. Outrider has gotten to the loose horse on the backstretch. They get set to work into the far turn. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Kid Creesa is the leader. Broderick in full pursuit. Here comes a run from Royal Brown. Royal Brown is coming after the leader now. Kid Creesa, who approaches a quarter mile left to go, is still in front. And now Kid Creesa kicks for home. It's Kid Creesa who quickly put about 3 lengths on the field. Kid Creesa trying to hang on here on the front end, down towards the inside. Here comes Barnstorming, is rolling, and Barnstorming with a lot of momentum at the rail. Can Kid Creesa hold on? Kid Creesa needs a line. Barnstorming is approaching. Barnstorming towards the inside. Kid Creesa still there. Barnstorming. In the final jumps, Barnstorming over Kid Creesa. Then came Rohan. Further back in the field, Hard Par with Patrick's Promise. Final running time, 1 minute 35.27 seconds. Photo finish. Order finish. First, the 3, Barnstorming. Second, the 2, Kid Creesa. Third, the 7, Rohan. Fourth, the 8, Patrick's Promise. 3, 2, 7, 8 in race 10. Winner of today's 10th race, the 3, Barnstorming. He's a 5-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Quality Road out of Flashy Gal. Winning owners, Anthony Roman, CT Racing in Basile. Winning trainer, Mike Maselli. The winning jockey, Eric Hensel. 3, 2, 7, 8. It's official. Result unofficial, now official. Today's 10th. $1 exacta 3-2, $22.50. The double, $15. Trifecta, $75.75. And superfecta, $1,213 even. Pick 3, $119.50. Grand Slam, $28.75. Running time, 1 minute 35.27 seconds. Coming up, race 11. 11th and final, 20 minutes away. Race 11 is next. Speed from Kid Creesa towards the inside, right out to the front. Royal Brown also unseating the rider there. Unseating the rider at the start. That was the 10, Majestic Arc. Majestic Arc is loose on the turf course, is at the back end of the field. Unseated the rider, who is being helped there by the assistant starters at the starting gate, is on his feet. They work around this turn, and the leader is Kid Creasa. Kid Creasa's up by 2. Broderick is in second, just right there alone with Royal Brown towards the outside of Barnstorming. They're third and fourth. The loose horse is far back at the back end of the field. They work up the backstretch, and now mid-pack comes Hard Par. Is right there in fifth. Little Keen wants to go. Is held in here by John the Baptist towards the outside. Rohan progressing. So is Patrick's Promise. At the back, King Freud with the trailer. Your Mission. Outrider has gotten to the loose horse on the backstretch. They get set to work into the far turn. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Kid Creasa is the leader. Broderick in full pursuit. Here comes a run from Royal Brown. Royal Brown is coming after the leader now. Kid Creasa, who approaches a quarter mile left to go, is still in front. And now Kid Creasa kicks for home. It's Kid Creasa who quickly put about 3 lengths on the field. Kid Creasa trying to hang on here on the front end, down towards the inside. Here comes Barnstorming, is rolling, and Barnstorming with a lot of momentum at the rail. Can Kid Creasa hold on? Kid Creasa needs the line. Barnstorming is approaching. Barnstorming towards the inside. Kid Creasa still there. Barnstorming. In the final jumps, Barnstorming over Kid Creasa. Then came Rohan. Further back in the field, Hard Par with Patrick's Promise. Final running time, 1 minute 35.27 seconds.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Join America's Day at the Races for the special July 4th Racing Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. 4 days of great racing as a prelude to Saratoga's summer meet.
Action kicks off Thursday, July 3rd, 1 Eastern.
A sizzling sale. Fasig-Tipton's July Selected Horses of Racing Age. Since inception, this sale has produced earners of nearly $100 million. Recent grads include Grade 1 Vanderbilt winner Nakatomi. And graded stakes winners Fort Washington. And Banishing, a leading market for racehorses ready to run. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 11th race, 11th and final in 4 minutes. Horses stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 11. Runners loading. Moto Patel goes in. Out of the fog. Nikos. All apologies. The commish. Dead aim stepping forward. Garadia Meor. And Ori to the outside. 11th and final on this Saturday afternoon program. Belmont at the Big A. Ori goes in. All set. And they're off. Unseating the rider at the start. That was the 9. Dead aim. Dead aim. Unseated. Ruben Silvera at the start. He's sitting up. Just taking a moment there, but the loose horse is on towards the outer rail at the back end of the field. The speed is with Nikos. Is right there with the commish. They're 1-2 head and head. As they're approaching the far turn together. Back there in third comes Motel Patel. Just stalking those two pace setters, letting them run on. 22.23 for the opening quarter mile. At the rail is Out of the Fog. Is now in the 4th position. Towards the outside, Garadia Meor is trying to rally on 2. Just behind them. The back end of the field there comes Ori, and Ori starts to rally on, and also Mayburn far, far back to the rest. The leader is Nikos. Nikos is in front, trying to stretch the margin. Here comes the commish down the center of the course. Ori is weaving in between rivals. Ori is trying to split the top 2, and Mayburn, grandstand side, purple silks. Look at Mayburn just rolling. Mayburn from far out of it. Mayburn is going to run right by him. Mayburn is going to win it. Mayburn wins it over Ori. Finishing second, then came the commish and Garadia Meor. A woman at 8.73 seconds. Ruben Silvera is up on his feet, walking off the turf course. Top 3 finishers posted. First is 7, Mayburn. Second, the 11, Ori. Third, the 8, the commish. And fourth, the 5, Garadia Meor. 7:11, 8:5 in race 11. Running time, woman at 8.73. Stand by for prices when race 11 goes official. Race 11 official. Winner of today's 11th race. Number 7, Mayburn. He's a 3-year-old bred in New York by Bernardini out of May Shares. Winning owners, Rice and A Share Stables. Winning trainers, Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Eric Cancel. Eric Cancel, another winner on the afternoon. Mayburn, bred in New York, homebred by A Share Stables, LLC, and Linda Rice. Mayburn in the finale. $1 exacta, $71.25. The double, $37.25. Trifecta, $162.75. And the superfecta, $3,827 even. Pick 3, $256.50. And the pick 4, $1,305 even. Pick 5, $6,218. In the pick 6, 5 out of 6, $476.50. And a carryover into tomorrow. Carryover into tomorrow's pick 6, $45,779.61. Make plans to join us here tomorrow for a Sunday afternoon. 9 races on our card tomorrow. $45,779 is the carryover going into tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you for Belmont at the Big A. First post 1240. We'll see you tomorrow with the New York Racing Association and Live Racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. And they're off. Unseating the rider at the start. That was the 9, Dead Aim. Dead Aim, unseated. Ruben Silvera at the start. He's sitting up, just taking a moment there, but the loose horse is on towards the outer rail at the back end of the field. The speed is with Nikos, is right there with the Commish. They're 1-2, head and head. As they're approaching the far turn together. Back there in third comes Motel Patel, just stalking those 2 pace setters, letting them run on, 22.23 for the opening quarter mile. At the rail is Out of the Fog, is now in the 4th position. Towards the outside, Garadia Meor is trying to rally on 2. Just behind them. The back end of the field there comes Ori, and Ori starts to rally on, and also Mayburn far, far back to the rest. The leader is Nikos. Nikos is in front, trying to stretch the margin. Here comes the Commish down the center of the course. Ori is weaving in between rivals. Ori is trying to split the top 2, and Mayburn, grandstand side, purple silks. Look at Mayburn just rolling. Mayburn from far out of it. Mayburn is going to run right by him. Mayburn is going to win it. Mayburn wins it over Ori. Finishing second, then came the Commish and Garadia Meor. A woman at 8.73 seconds. Ruben Silvera is up on his feet, walking off the turf course.